Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades! Welcome to the latest and greatest episode of Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the real Marxists, the real communists, the real socialists that are operating in the United States today. We're not watching liberals. Liberals and socialists are not the same thing. We are not watching the Democratic Party, no matter how many times James Lindsay retweets that Kamala Harris is a communist. Pinky swear, trust me, bro. That doesn't actually make her a communist. In fact, the real communists, the real socialists denounce Kamala Harris on a regular basis. They protested outside the DNC. They tell us all the time they're not voting for Kamala Harris because they don't like her. Because not only is Kamala Harris a neoliberal, which means she's too beholden to capitalism, Kamala Harris was a cop. Socialists hate cops more than almost anything else. So no, we're not watching Democrats on this channel. We don't do that. We leave that to low IQ people to cover. We're not even watching progressives. Progressives and socialists are not the same thing. We are not even watching the Democratic Socialists of America because according to most real socialists, the real radical revolutionary socialists, the people who want to overthrow our federal government using violence, of course, Democratic Socialists of America are not actually socialists because they're too close to capitalism. These people denounce AOC all the time. They denounce Bernie Sanders. They don't want anything to do with them. And actually, real revolutionary socialist groups forbid their members from being part of the Democratic Socialists of America. No. We watch the real far left here. We watch the most dystopian of the dystopian. And that is why my audience knows more about what is going on with the real far left in this country than any other group of people on the internet. We know more than the commentators. We know more than the pundits. We know more than the so-called experts. In fact, we look at the so-called experts and we laugh at how stupid and ill-informed they are because they pretend to know about socialism and communism and yet they never actually listen to the real socialists and the real communists and what they have to say. We've got a great show today for beginners, actually. Is there anyone new in the chat? Is there anyone new? We'll check in a little bit later if there's anyone new. Just because some people are still filing in, and I know that. But we do have a great show today. We're going to be watching the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. Jacob! Welcome, Jacob. Hi, Carlin. I'm a new subscriber. Thank you so much for educating me on what's really going on. Jacob, I do appreciate you being here. Everyone, welcome Jacob to our little family. Nathan hasn't been here in ages. Welcome back, Nathan. Welcome back. Your first Socialism Saturday. If you haven't been here in a while, it might be a doozy, but welcome. Hang in there. Guys, tonight we are going to be watching the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. The Seattle Revolutionary Socialists are just one of, a whole bunch of radical revolutionary collectives that exist all over the country. The Seattle Revolutionary Socialists are involved in something called the Firebrand Collective. The Firebrand Collective is a loose affiliation of radical revolutionary socialist group, including the Denver Communists. We've been watching a lot of content from the Denver Communists lately, and so the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists are in kind of like the same clique with the Denver Communists. There is a New York Revolutionary Socialist group that's involved. The Boston Revolutionary Socialists are involved. There's a couple little there's a couple smaller organizations that are involved in different cities around the country. But these are truly some of the most far left people you're going to find. Now the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists haven't updated their YouTube channel in about 3 years. But there's still some good content on there, and I still think it's worth going back watching, because the reason that we do this every week on Saturdays is we want to be able to immerse ourselves in the language and the environment of actual revolutionary socialists, to be able to learn what they think, why they think it, what they're doing, how they're planning, how they're organizing, what are they trying to do. And so even though this content is just a teeny little bit old, I mean, we've gone and watched content that's like 10 years old on this channel. I usually do like newer content, but, beggars can't be choosers. We're looking for revolutionary socialist content here. And so 3 years old, I still think that's going to be pretty indicative of what they're thinking now. And we do have some great episodes. So I pulled up a whole bunch of things. There's shorter episodes. So we've got Dreaming Big. What would a socialist world look like? Perfect. Only has 22 views. Guys, I love it. I love it when I find videos that no one else has watched. And these are usually the videos where they're saying the quiet part out loud. Now you might say, Carlin, that only has 22 views. It doesn't really have an impact. You need to understand, these people are not using YouTube for their organizing. The number of views on YouTube doesn't matter. They're not using YouTube to organize. They're just using YouTube as a place to put their content. They organize through, excuse me, oh gosh, excuse me. They organize in person. They organize through in-person meetings. They organize at revolutionary bookstores they have all over the country. Of course, we're talking about Seattle here. So Seattle was home of the Chaz. Everyone remember the Chaz? That was the Radical Revolutionary Socialists in Seattle. The Radical Revolutionary Socialists in Seattle every year do an event called Red May. We watched a lot of Red May content on this channel where they basically take over Seattle with all sorts of socialist content. So you might look at the YouTube views and think, there's only 22 views, Carl, and there's not, no one's like, that doesn't mean there would probably, so what we're going to be watching, these are organizing calls. There were probably more people on this organizing call that have actually watched the YouTube video. So don't let the numbers fool you, and don't let the numbers dissuade you from believing this is important. Once you start hearing what they have to say, I promise you're gonna wake the fuck up. So that's one of the things we're gonna be watching. I've also got this one, Comrade Towards Revolutionary Belonging. That's all about what it's going to be a good comrade. We've got Is Capitalism Making Us Crazy? With Susan Rosenthal. Wasn't Susan Rosenthal in the Weather Underground? I'm pretty sure it wasn't she in the Weather Underground. Am I making that up? I might be making that up, but I don't think I am. We've got Marxism, and they've got a whole series. I don't know how many of these videos we're going to get through on this episode. They've got a whole series called Socialist Summer School. They've got Marxism and Oppression. They've got Internationalism and Revolution. They've got the Revolutionary Party. They've got the tradition of the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. So this is a ton of content. We probably aren't going to get through all of it tonight, but we're just going to start, and we're going to start watching, and we're going to see how it goes. But that is what we're watching tonight, guys. I think this is going to be an excellent, excellent, excellent show, especially for beginners. And we want to make sure we're taking care of our beginners, right? We want to make sure we're taking care of them, because if you're new, even if you're not speaking up in the chat and telling me you're new, if you're new and this is your first or second time watching socialism with us, it can be an overwhelming experience, all right? I'm going to advise, go get a drink, go get a snack, maybe smoke a joint, maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you how to relax, but we're going to be here for several hours. We might as well make this a good experience. And I have some beer I'm going to be drinking, And I have some coffee for right now, actually, because I woke up at 2 o'clock today. But like, I woke up and got my ass out of bed 4 hours ago, so I still have some coffee. But I will be drinking beer at some point. But that's what we're gonna be doing, guys. And for beginners, just slow down. And I'm gonna give you some more tips later, okay, beginners? We're gonna give you some more tips later. But per usual, does anyone mind if I take a point of personal privilege? Because apparently I can't even go one Saturday without some insane person talking about me on the internet. And so there is a rumor that's being created on the internet about me right now that I need to address and I need to debunk. And I would not be doing this if it weren't going on literally right now. So if you are just here for the socialism, come back in about 10 minutes. You don't have to sit through the drama if you don't want. I don't mind you leaving. Come back in about 10, 15 minutes, okay? And then we will spend several hours watching socialism. And we will not let anything distract us. And we will not allow any bitches on the internet to get in our way. But I need to address something that a nutcase posted about me on Twitter today. And that nutcase's name is Frank McCormick. And I don't know why it's not sharing my screen. Why aren't you sharing my screen? No! Oh no. Oh no, it's not allowing me to share my screen. Hang on. It's not allowing me to share my screen in this one browser. I just need to do something real quick. Hang on, guys. Hang on. I just need to load it in a different browser. My bad. This sucks. But I had this all ready to go in a different browser, and now I need to load it into something else because my StreamYard is not sharing the browser like it should be sharing the browser. But if you give me 2 seconds here, please make sure you have mounted that like button. Thank you to whoever sent in the super chat. 2 ladies, I'm going to acknowledge that super chat in a second. I just need to get all my windows loaded in this other browser because my other browser sucks and it's not working and it's not sharing, and I need to show this to you guys. And there's a lot of screens because the person that's been posting about me has been having a lot of feelings on Twitter about me, like an excessive amount of feelings on Twitter about me. And so I need to get this loaded so you guys can see the full mise-en-scène of this situation, because I need to thoroughly debunk this, because this asshole is just unhinged to the absolute extreme. And you know, when people, like, I've learned some lessons in my day. I have learned some lessons in my day. I have learned some lessons. Let me tell you what. I have learned some lessons about people being unhinged about me on the internet, because people used to tell me, they used to say, Carlin, just ignore it and it'll go away. And for years I took this advice, and for years I was like, I'm just going to ignore this and this will go away. And then do you know what happened when I ignored it? It just got worse. It just got worse. And so I no longer, hang on, I'm getting the spinning wheel of death. Oh my God, I'm almost done. I no longer ignore these things. I address them immediately, and I address them with evidence, and I address them with receipts, because I have been put through absolute and complete hell because I did not address these things soon enough. All right. We're almost there. Hey, 2 ladies, here's our donation to get them this day started. Learn the language to everyone new. Thank you, 2 ladies. I do appreciate that. Wait, seriously? Seriously? All right, let's pull up James's Twitter account too. Every fucking Saturday, James Lindsay has to disrupt my stream. Here it is. Every single Saturday, this asshole has to disrupt my stream. Every every time. Gee, I wonder why James has to disrupt my stream. I wonder why. Is anyone confused about the fact that James Lindsay is incredibly pissed off that I'm a significantly better teacher than he is? Why is it that James always waits like till the exact moment that I start streaming Socialism Saturday? Why? You know what? Whatever. Look at all these clips James has of me. Oh, yo, James has been working overtime. All right, let's see what happens. So I first got alerted to this by this woman, Catherine. Now, I don't know who Catherine is, but Catherine has about 46,000 Twitter followers, okay? I don't know who she is, but I gotta say, shout out to Catherine. Because a whole bunch of us replied to Catherine today. She retweeted Frank's thread, and we're going to read Frank's absolutely unhinged nutcase thread in a second. Catherine responded to us several times because we were responding to her, and Catherine has asked many people, what is Carlin's side of the story? What is Carlin's side of the story? What is Carlin's side of the story? I have had to deal with the smear campaign from the unhinged retards of the internet for 3 years now. For 3 years, since 2021. I can count on one hand the amount of people who have asked for my side of the story. Catherine is one of those people. So I don't fault her for retweeting something and then asking for more information. In fact, I got to give her kudos. Right? But let's take a look at Frank's original thread about me, because this is just insane, unhinged lunacy. Now, before we read this, I want to just, oh shit. Did I not get all of them? Okay, hang on. I want to just show you all of the tweets that Frank has sent about me in the last week. And like, before we get into this unhinged thread, I'm going to give you a basic mise-en-scène of this. Frank McCormick is someone that I used to have on my channel, like several times. You can look up the streams and find them. Frank McCormick, over the years, became, quite frankly, really boring to me. And several months ago, I quietly unfollowed him. I didn't like the stuff he was tweeting. It wasn't relevant to me anymore. I found him to be kind of unhinged. I was like, maybe there were some things that we used to have in common, but we have clearly moved in different directions. And I quietly unfollowed him several months ago. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I didn't post about it on Twitter. I just quietly unfollowed him. When Frank discovered that I unfollowed him, he started posting about me all the fucking time. The tweets that I'm going to show you are just the things that Frank has posted about me literally in the last week. And this isn't even all the stuff he's posted about me. This is just a selection of the tweets that Frank has posted about me in the past week. First off, on October 7th, Frank took this tweet out of context where I said, never forget 1 year ago on October 7th, Israel murdered its own people. Frank said they never failed to find a way to blame the Jews. Now, what's interesting about this tweet is that Frank actually conveniently left out the full context, because this is my actual original tweet. And in my actual original tweet, I included a screenshot from antiwar.com with a report. Report confirms Israel ordered the Hannibal Directive during October 7th response. And everyone can go to antiwar.com and read the article. Basically, an Israeli newspaper reported that Israel did use the Hannibal Directive not only to murder their own military members rather than have them be taken hostage, but they also murdered their own civilians. This isn't coming from me. This is coming from antiwar.com via an Israeli newspaper, and this report was made back in July. And that is what I tweeted. Frank, because Frank has no intellectual integrity, conveniently left that part out. Isn't that interesting? That's not all, though. That's not all. Frank took this blog post that I wrote on my Substack saying, I need your help to expose the agenda of the far left. This post is about how you can help amplify my content on Twitter. This post doesn't even ask for money. If you want to read this post for yourself, you can go to carlin.substack.com and see that this post is about how to amplify my work on Twitter to get more people to see the clips on Twitter. Frank said, by help, Dr. Cluster B means your money because she is unemployable. The fact is I'm not unemployable. I've been working for myself for over 10 years. I make a living teaching socialism on the internet. Frank is jealous that he can't make a living on the internet. He has to have a real day job. That's what's going on. Not unemployed. I could actually make more money if I went back to corporate coaching, and it wouldn't even be that hard. Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I'll tell people about that. We'll get to that. I have that pulled up. Frank got pissed off when a bot who runs my Carlin Updates account blocked him because anytime Frank has an opportunity to be an unhinged lunatic in the replies, he does it. He says of bot, she's such a pussy because she blocked him from being able to respond in the replies. Frank, one of the things Frank loves to do about me is post pictures of me to get people to call me fat and ugly. And you can see here, this is a picture that's about 4.5 years old that was taken at my first CPAC. Listen, I may not have looked my best at that time, but that was a really fucked up time in my life, if I'm honest about it. And so I looked how I look, and people can judge that if they want. But Frank always does this. Men, never trust a woman who's uses an AI-generated avatar. And I responded to him, hang on, let me find, that didn't post for some reason. Hang on. And I responded to him and I said, hey, Frank, why are you using a 4-year-old image of me? Oh, I already had that up. Never mind. I responded to him saying, hey, Frank, why are you using an almost 5-year-old picture of me when you could just use this video that I posted 15 minutes ago to show people what I look like? And he said, if only you would stop. And by the way, I've never unblocked Frank. Frank is a retard, and Frank doesn't understand that if he doesn't block me, I can still reply to his tweets. I've never unblocked Frank. I never will unblock Frank. Frank is an unhinged psycho. Calling me a pussy because I didn't unblock him. And then Frank went to my video and he selected freeze frames that make me not look so great. He literally here's what Frank does. He scrolls through the video and he finds freeze frames in videos where I look like this. Now I'm on video 6 days a week. I don't like being on video 6 days a week, but such as it is. And this is what I look like. And so people can see what's going on here. I would hope. Smart people anyway. Let's see. Here is where Frank is calling me an obese, childish YouTube watcher, claims to know more about communism than the women who wait for it, survive Mao's Cultural Revolution. Yes, Z Van Fleet is lying to people for money and clout. Absolutely. We've talked about that before. I'm not going to go into that again. Benjamin Boyce just blocked you. We're going to talk about Benjamin Boyce in a second. Stay tuned, kids. Stay tuned. I've got stuff for him, too. I got stuff for our friend Benjamin, too. Hang on, I'm just like making sure I'm deleting these. Oh, check this out. Check this out. So I will admit it. I called Myron Gaines the N-word with the hard R today. I did. I absolutely did. Now, to be quite frank, I don't actually like this word. I have only used this word twice in my life. But both times that I have used this word, it has been directed at Myron Gaines. Do you know why it's been directed at Myron Gaines? Because anytime Myron Gaines has lowered himself to interact with me, here's what happens. Myron Gaines comes at me and goes, you're a bitch, you're a whore, get in the kitchen, make me a sandwich, shut the fuck up, you fat, ugly bitch, and Today, Myron Gaines posted pictures of me and my husband from Las Vegas on Twitter because he was upset that I wasn't saying the things that he wanted me to say. And he called me a bitch whore, blah, 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 all this other stuff. Myron Gaines is a sub 75 IQ Neanderthal with no impulse control. And one of the things that I've learned about dealing with Myron Gaines, because I kind of have to every once in a while deal with him because he's in the periphery. Like the Grapers I know don't really like him, but he kind of hangs around with them and he hangs around with Nick. And so every once in a while I have to deal with him. What I have learned is that when Myron Gaines is calling me every name in the book and telling me to shut the fuck up and trying to put me in my place because he thinks he's just a badass boss bitch or whatever the fuck he thinks he is, if you call him the N-word with the hard R, he shuts the fuck up immediately. So, did I use the N-word with the hard R? Yeah, I did. Yep. Do I do that on the regular? No. Done it twice in my life. Both of those times were directed at Myron Gaines. Because if he's going to act like the N-word with the hard R, I'm damn well going to call him the N-word with the hard R. And if he doesn't want me to do, and immediately, every single time I do this, well, the 2 times I've done it, he shuts up immediately, and the silence is glorious. So no, do not apologize. Do not apologize. Frank says, you are watching the unraveling of a sociopath with borderline personality disorder in real time. No, Frank, you're watching a woman who will not be pushed around by a low IQ retard Neanderthal like Myron Gaines. That's what you're watching. And the latest one, and like I said, we are going to get into Benjamin Boyce in a second. Actually, let me save that one. We need to go back and read Frank's original tweet about me. This is what Frank McCormick posted about me a couple hours ago, 3:42 this afternoon. I mean, you might like Myron, but I've absolutely talked to groypers that do not like Myron. I'm worried about James Lindsay. Seriously. The following is my opinion of why we should all be concerned. Since April of 2024, the psychotic and increasingly unstable Karlin Borisenko has tweeted 482 times about him, and that's only a search using his full name. I actually started calling James Lindsay out on his Gnostic bullshit about a year ago. So Frank is being lazy about this. I've been tweeting about how James is lying to people for a full year now. There are way more tweets than that. And yes, I will tell as many people as I absolutely can that James Lindsay is unhinged from reality. He's lying to millions of people, and I always have receipts to back it up. Frank, of course, never has any receipts. James, of course, never has any receipts. The only things they have are things that are clipped out of context, which anyone with a working brain can actually ascertain. Prior to this borderline devaluation, I don't have borderline personality disorder, she believed via her psychic that she was going to have sex with him. Seriously. No, not seriously. That never actually happened. This is a lie that they've made up. I addressed it on a stream last night. I never wanted to have sex with James. What did happen, I'll give you the too long did it read from the stream last night. I was talking with someone who turned out to be someone I really shouldn't have been interacting with. And he and I were on Zoom calls a lot, and he and I bantered, and we played games and stuff like that. One of the games we played was a game called Fuck, Marry, Kill, where he said, who would you fuck? It was like James Lindsay, Fuck, Marry, Kill. James Lindsay, Chris Rufo, Dave Rubin, or something like that. We played that game quite a bit. Anyway, I said, oh, I'd fuck James Lindsay because he has a giant sword. That became an inside joke between the two of us, okay? And it wasn't serious, it wasn't real, and anyone who watches my streams know that I joke and banter about sex all the time. And so when I had a falling out with this person because he tried to get me to leave my husband for him and I told him no, and he got pissed off and he started a smear campaign about me on the internet that lasted literally for years, one of the things he did was he took our DMs and he would post them out of context. One of the DMs was me joking and saying something like, oh yeah, I just asked Joshua if James Lindsay would let me give him a blowjob, which was a joke. It was a joke, which he knew was a joke. He had no problem with it at the time, but when he's trying to smear me on the internet, he takes things out of context, twists them. Karlin was seriously trying to fuck him. No, I wasn't. And James should damn well know this, because I had 3 in-person conversations with James and tons of DM conversations with James in which there was never any sexual innuendo at all. There has never been one moment where any of that was real. But they still talk about it like it's real today. Why? Because they're trying to get people to ignore my work. She dedicated her book's final chapter to him, saying, "Fight like James Lindsay." Yeah, guilty. I absolutely did. I absolutely dedicated the last chapter in my last book to James Lindsay. It is called Fight Like James Lindsay, and I don't regret that. Because back in the day, before James Lindsay lost his mind, he inspired me quite a bit. And one of the things he always inspired me about was how hard he worked and how much stuff he put out. And the premise of that chapter, and anyone's welcome to read my book and see what it is that if everyone was fighting as hard as James Lindsay was, we wouldn't have a problem. That was it. That was it. It was considered an homage. I really did appreciate his work. Now, I wrote that at the beginning of 2021. I wrote that 3.5 years ago. A lot has changed since then. James has now lost his fucking mind. Do I regret writing it? No, because I think that even if people lose their minds later, that doesn't negate the positive influence they had. But of course, they're trying to twist it to mean something it doesn't mean. Since James blocked her and tried to move on with his life, James blocked me in December of 2023. So my book came out in May of 2022. And if James was really that freaked out, and that smear campaign was already going at the beginning of 2022, that smear campaign that Carly wants to have sex with James Lindsay was already going in 2022. So if James was really that upset about it, he probably would have blocked me a lot earlier than December of 2023. Since James blocked her and tried to move on with his life, she has tweeted incessantly about him. If you only use his first name, there very well may be thousands of tweets in a matter of months. Well, welcome to being on the internet, James. I hope you enjoyed it. I learned a lot from that smear campaign. I learned a lot, and now I'm applying it for my purposes. She created weird art involving her sexually dominating him. No, I didn't. I didn't create that. You might not like it, but I didn't actually create it. What he's talking about is this. First of all, that's fucking funny. Second of all, I didn't create that. A member of my community created that. Third of all, it's fucking funny. And shared a fan fiction in which she is involved in a human sacrifice involving James. The fan fiction rears its ugly head again. John Morgan, after we watched Midsummer for movie night in my supporter Discord, wrote a fan fiction about me based on the movie Midsummer, which if anyone has seen the movie Midsummer, there's ritual sacrifice in the movie Midsummer. It's a great movie. It's about a Gnostic sex cult. James really should love this movie. It's literally about a Gnostic sex cult. So John Morgan wrote this fan fiction, and in this fan fiction, James has a minor role in which I whip him until he says whiteness means capitalism, and then we burn him in a ritual sacrifice. That might sound crazy. However, that's what happens in the movie. That's literally what happens in the movie. So it was a joke. It was only meant for my community. But then James found out about it and lost his shit. So again, I'm getting in trouble for a fan fiction I didn't even write. Melanie Bennett has flat out stolen my work, and she can suck every dick. Melanie Bennett still steals my work to this day because she's not smart enough to do it on her own. Of course, everyone's coming out. Carlin is awful. Carlin is a psychopath. Melanie Bennett is the one that stole my work. Provably. Which we outed her for. Anyway, let's go back. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Carlin recently tweeted, "We need to kidnap James, tie him down, put those things on his eyes so he can't close them, and make him watch." That was a reference to one of my community members saying, "Carlin, we need to Clockwork Orange James into making him watch the real radical revolutionary socialist because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about." And so I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. Anyone with a working brain knows that's sarcasm, guys. In fact, in the rest of that tweet, and Frank actually missed this, she later said she was joking. No, I didn't say it later. I said it in the same fucking tweet. It was in the same tweet. Of course, I'm joking. I never participated in a kidnapping. Frank also left out the last line of that tweet, which says, James should just do this voluntarily, which means my preference is that James actually voluntarily hinge himself into reality and watch real radical revolutionary socialists without us having to kidnap him and do the Clockwork Orange thing where we're putting those things on his eyes so he can't close them. Of course, that's never going to happen, because if James actually did that, that would destroy the narrative that he is paid to sell by Turning Point USA and Moms for Liberty and all the other conservative organizations that are paying his bills so that he doesn't actually tell people what's really going on and just shills the approved political narrative. It's not just her increasingly bizarre and obsessive behavior. It's the sexual preoccupation with him and flirtation with violent fantasies that has me and others concerned. So because someone in my community made a meme in which I'm a dominatrix whipping James, demanding he say the word capitalism, I didn't create that. Someone else in my community did. And because someone else in my community wrote a fan fiction based on a horror movie, I have violent sexual fantasies. Everyone sees how crazy this is, right? Everyone sees how crazy this is. Well, this very well may be a strange internet fantasy. Other increasingly bizarre behavior, such as her embracing Adolf Hitler. You know, I'm a little bit of a rebel. I like doing things when people say, don't do that thing, Carlin, don't do that thing, don't do that thing. I'm like, why? Why can't I do that thing? Why can't I watch that video? Why can't I consider that idea? Why can't I do that? Can we just admit that Hitler probably had the best fashion sense of like any villain in history? I mean, can we just admit that? Can we admit that Hitler's people loved him? Now, you might not like that, and that's fine, but there's a reason that Germany loved him. And I think it is beholden upon us, if we are being intellectually honest, to look at different perspectives and ask the question, why? So have I started watching videos about World War II that people don't want me to watch? Yep. And I'm not going to stop. And Frank and James can cry about it all they want. I don't really care, because unlike Frank and James, I'm intellectually honest and I'm going to consider information from multiple points of view. Carlin has embraced calling people the N-word. No, I haven't. Only Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines is literally the only person I've ever called the N-word with the hard R. And again, it's when Myron Gaines comes to me and says, shut up, you bitch, you whore. Blah, blah, blah. Get in the kitchen. Make me a sandwich. Shut the fuck up. Go away. Get off the internet. Blah, blah, blah. If he's going to act like an N-word, I'm going to call him an N-word. And what I found out is calling him the N-word gets him to shut the fuck up. And accusing her critics of being part of a Jewish conspiracy against her demonstrate, in my opinion, an increasingly detachment from reality. Listen, man, if someone is Jewish and they are doing something that's underhanded, and I happen to notice that a Jewish person, by the way, it's a Jewish person that's responsible for spreading this. Two Jewish people, in fact. There are two Jewish people that are responsible for spreading this smear campaign about me in the first place. Mike Harlow is Jewish. Deb Philman is Jewish. So if I happen to notice that the people who are, quite frankly, being a pain in the ass, they also almost universally happen to be Jewish, I'm commenting on their behavior. And if Frank doesn't like it, then Frank is unhinged from reality. I don't hate Jewish people. I don't care if people are Jewish, except when those people are making my life difficult. And so if those people are making my life difficult, then I'm going to point out, yeah, you're Jewish, bro. I'm sorry. Like, we don't expect much from you. We expect this from you. But if Jewish people are not making my life difficult, I don't give a flying fuck if they're Jewish. I have Jewish friends. Like, Jews have great food, man. Like, you ever been to a Shabbat dinner? I've been to a Shabbat dinner. Shabbat dinner is good. So, people can be pissed off all they want, but the fact that someone is Jewish is just a stateable fact. And if people don't like that, maybe they should ask themselves why. What I've been asking myself is, at what point does her obsession and increasingly desperate fantasy and jokes about kidnapping and torturing him or fan fiction murder spill over into the real world? So now Frank is actually insinuating that I'm going to leave my house to go kidnap James and torture him? Bro, I barely leave my house for anything. I am certainly not motivated enough to go to fucking Tennessee to kidnap James, to torture him. I would rather just continue to post James's tweets on my timeline and point out that James is acting like an unhinged lunatic. I can't be the only one wondering if one day this becomes one of those stories that tragically becomes a Netflix special like Baby Reindeer. I have no idea what that is. Either because of her actions or some of their deranged followers of hers. Either way, people should follow these developments and call the police if she begins making actual direct threats to James or calls her followers to. The fashion and uniforms were by Hugo Boss. Yeah, Nazis had good fashion sense, man. Listen, man, the Nazis were bad, obviously. Obviously, Adolf Hitler was the worst person to ever live. Obviously, 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, not one Jew less. Obviously, that regime should never be glorified. We should never, ever, 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 ever look at alternative views of World War II. We disavow all Nazis. We disavow all Hitler. We don't co-sign any of that stuff. But the uniforms were lit. The uniforms were lit. And we all have to be intellectually honest and admit that. The uniforms were lit. So here is James's evidence against me. A meme that I didn't create because someone in my community said it, but I did post it because it's funny. A picture of me being James Lindsay's worst nightmare, with receipts from over 1,000 hours of real queer Marxists on video trying to disprove his insane Gnostic sex cult theories. So because I post a picture of me that quite frankly looks badass, isn't that a badass picture of me? Come on. Come on, I've used that picture on thumbnails. I've used that picture on other stuff. That's a badass picture of me, man. So because I'm tweeting saying I have thousands of hours of clips from real radical revolutionary socialists that disprove James Lindsay's Gnostic sex cult bullshit, that's me threatening James? Yeah, okay. The only people that should be scared that I have receipts disproving James Lindsay's Gnostic sex cult bullshit is James Lindsay and his cult of followers. Yeah, Frank is upset that I don't look ugly in that picture. That's it exactly. Frank's other evidence is a fan fiction written by John Morgan that I didn't write. And Frank's last piece of evidence is a screenshot that he took of me where he scrolled through the timeline of a video to find a screenshot where I look crazy. This is Frank's evidence. This is Frank's evidence. And now James, because James is also an intellectually dishonest douchebag who apparently can't grapple with the fact that I'm a far better teacher than him and my audience knows more about the left than his audience does, and is pissed off about the fact that I keep taking screenshots of his tweets where he is demeaning Catholics and Christians and calling Archangel Michael Satan. James is pissed off, and so now James has retweeted Frank's unhinged, insane thread and said, I can confirm that not only is everything in Frank's thread true, it's the tip of the iceberg. Although I don't look ever. Yeah, James, we know you're not looking ever. Okay, you steal my work. We found you stealing my work on more than one occasion. You post my shit all the time. You talk about me all the time, but you don't look ever. You are so full of shit, asshole. You are so full of shit. Although I don't look ever. I get told all the time that most of her streams are about me. Guys, I promise you, James Lindsay is going to tweet, Carlin did a whole stream about me. Even though most of the time we're going to be watching videos from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. Do you know how I know that James is going to do that? He's already done that to me before. She's calling for targeted harassment, including in my live appearances. It's been over a year. Yeah, it has been over a year. And James, we are absolutely going to start going to your live appearances at some point and asking you questions, bro. When James is saying that I'm calling for harassment at his live appearances, what he means is my audience is going to show up at his speeches and ask him questions that are inconvenient to his narrative based on real-world evidence that we have amassed from the real radical revolutionary far left for years. Why is James so afraid of answering real questions from real people who spend dozens of hours a week watching real socialists? Because anyone with a working brain can look at my YouTube channel and know that it is a flat-out lie that most of my streams are about James. But that's not all. That's not all. That's not all. I showed you that Frank McCormick also tweeted about me tweeting at Benjamin Boyce. What happened? What happened earlier with Benjamin Boyce, who I have literally never said anything bad about? Because I actually really respected Benjamin until today. Now Benjamin Boyce has lost all my respect. And it's really sad. So when Catherine, by the way, again, Catherine has actually asked for my side of the story. Benjamin Boyce never asked for my side of the story. Benjamin Boyce never sought to fact check any of the bullshit that he was hearing. Benjamin Boyce responded to Catherine saying, "'Tis a rabbit hole train wreck worthy of some attention. I, hypocrite, did an overview a couple years back." Well, guess what? Guess what? When Benjamin Boyce, this is a smear campaign video that I, hypocrite, made about me years ago. Benjamin Boyce blocked me again. Why? It's a mystery that may or may never be solved. Well, I think we're about to solve the mystery, MP. I think we're about to solve it. Thank you for the super chat. Years ago, the people that started this smear campaign convinced I, hypocrite, to do this video on me. Now, I have since actually talked to people who have defected from the camp because, listen, the people that started this smear campaign about me, they had multiple Telegram groups where they were organizing this smear campaign. They were having weekly meetings about me. They were having weekly meetings in which they were coordinating how they were going to smear me. The reason I know this is multiple people have defected from that group because they felt guilty about participating in it, and they came to me and told me what happened. And one of those people who came to me and said, Carlin, you remember that I, hypocrite video? That video was planted by, I'm not going to say their names because, quite frankly, I don't want to acknowledge them, the people that were organizing this smear campaign. And when I, hypocrite, premiered this video, they all had a watch party about it where they were drinking beer and making fun of you. And by the way, the person that was the spearhead of this smear campaign, he also flat out said that his goal with this smear campaign, I've talked about this in other videos on my channel, he told the person that defected, one of the people that defected, because at some point the person that defected asked him, he was like, when are you going to stop harassing Carlin? And the answer that he got is, when she is dead. And I really want people to know this, and I want people to understand this. The goal of the smear campaign that this group of unhinged psychos was running on me was to get me to commit suicide. And they almost won. Because at the height of this smear campaign, I was severely clinically depressed. And I was thinking about offing myself. That's real. I'm fine now. But I want people to know the stated goal of the people that were running this smear campaign, the stated goal of the people who got iHypocrite to make this video about me, was to get me to kill myself. That's very, very real. I found out about that several months ago. I did a live stream about it at the time. You can go back and watch it. I've had to come to grips with this level of severity. Frank McCormick is now hooked in with these people because they don't stop. They never stop. Now, for me, I've come through to the other side of this. I now have a community of people that love my work, that support my work, that know all about this stuff, that know what bullshit it is, and that love me and support me regardless. And for that, I will forever be thankful. I will also be thankful that I am a much stronger person now than I was before all this happened to me. Much stronger. And I know never to put up with this shit again. So I gotta say though, I was a little surprised when Benjamin Boyce, who is supposed to be a reasonable human being, who is supposed to be intellectually honest, responded to this tweet from earlier and said, you should go watch this with this smear campaign video. And I have to thank the people in my community who saw this. And so many people responded to Benjamin Boyce saying, you are sharing a smear campaign, you absolute asshole. So many people responded to Benjamin Boyce, calling him out on this bullshit, that he deleted the tweet. As a follow-up to this, and no one knows about this yet, but I'm going to tell you about it, I sent iHypocrite a DM. Because I met iHypocrite in person at AFPAC back in May. And he kind of like patted me on the shoulder. He said, you've come around. And I said, well, yeah, things have changed. And he was actually kind of a nice guy. He was okay. And he and I had a good little conversation. And I DM'd him a while ago and I said, you know, that video about me that you did, that was just an epic smear campaign that was not based in reality at all. And do you know what he did? I didn't know this. Actually, let me show you this. So I DM'd him. I just barely found out about this. I didn't know he did this until literally today, and I have to thank him for this. After I DM'd iHypocrite, after AFPAC, I think, he took down the original video about me. He took it down. But I didn't know he took it down until today. So I DM'd iHypocrite today after Benjamin Boyce shared this tweet, and I said, I want to thank you again for spreading this smear campaign about me, which is used against me to this day to discredit me. And I linked to Benjamin Boyce's tweet. Now, by the time he saw it, Benjamin Boyce had deleted the tweet. So he says, tweet's gone, and I gave him a screenshot. I said, it's your smear video on me. He got so much pushback for spreading your smear video that he deleted the tweet. If you had integrity, you take the video down. And he said, I took it down a long time ago. That's a re-upload you can see from the description. And you know what? He's right. He's right. It was, and I didn't see this. I didn't see this. This is my fault. I didn't see this. All I saw was Benjamin Boyce saying that iHypocrite did this video on her. What this means, but you can actually see it. He's right about this. Re-upload of iHypocrite's video on crazy Karlin Borisenko because she was exposed for dating a convicted pedo. That's another smear that I've already addressed. I dated someone in college that after we dated, he went to jail for something he didn't do. He had to plead guilty to something he didn't do because the federal government railroaded him. A million people have had a story like this. Anyone that knows any of the January 6th convictions know people have a story like this. I have debunked this extensively. I'm not going to do it again today. If you have questions about it, you can refer to all of the other times I've debunked it. My point is this: Benjamin Boyce couldn't even find the original video because I, hypocrite, took the original video down. Benjamin Boyce shared a re-uploaded video that he never bothered to fact check, that he never bothered to DM me about and say, Carlin, what's actually going on? And I got to tell you guys, I'm actually really kind of shocked by this and hurt by this because I actually used to speak to Benjamin Boyce regularly. I used to be on group calls with a group of people that Benjamin Boyce was on and spoke to him like once a week. And after all this shit started, I never heard from him. There was never a DM. There was nothing. And I never said anything about him publicly. I have never been disparaging about him publicly. Because I quite frankly didn't know where he stood on it. And I was like, I'm just going to let it go. And I was clinically depressed from the whole smear campaign anyway. And for a lot of people, I was just like, you know what? Here's what it got to with me. I was like, you know what? If people don't believe me, if people are buying into this, then I don't want anything to do with them. If people can't be bothered to reach out and say, what is the truth? Then I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. But Benjamin Boyce is one of those people that I really thought knew better. And now apparently Benjamin Boyce is blocking the people that pushed back on him for posting a smear campaign video. And so that should tell you where he stands. So that's about all I'm going to say about any of this. Because you want to know why? I spend my days watching the far left. I spend my days watching real radical revolutionary socialists. I spend my days teaching people using primary source content what the left is doing. That is how I spend my time. And increasingly trying to debunk and unteach all of the people who have been lied to by James Lindsay. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I am not going to stop calling out James. I am not going to stop pushing back on him when he's lying to people. I am not going to stop debunking his work, and he can send his henchmen after me all he wants, and he can kick and scream and flail all he wants. I don't give a fuck. Do you want to know why? Because James stopped teaching people about the left years ago. James stopped being hinged into reality about the left years ago. James has an entire audience that is completely misinformed about what's happening. And that becomes clear when you actually sit down and listen to real radical revolutionary socialists. So what we're seeing right now is the flailing of a dying beast. Figuratively, of course, because I don't want to be accused of anything. I don't actually have to do anything to James Lindsay. I can just let him unravel on his own. And I have to believe that if I just keep showing people the truth, that the right people who are smart enough to understand what's actually going on, who care about what the truth is more than they care about hero worship and a cult of personality, they're going to find my work. And they're going to see what it actually is. So there are hundreds of thousands of people right now on Twitter who think I'm insane because of Frank McCormick and James Lindsay. And some of those people are going to be here. Some of those people are going to be here and they're going to be watching this video and they're going to be going, is she actually as insane as they say she is? And you know, maybe the low IQ ones will think I am. But the smart ones will be able to see clearly that it was all bullshit from the very beginning. Because what I do is use real primary source evidence to teach people what the left is doing. And that's what we're going to do now. So I thank everyone for allowing me the point of personal privilege. We are no longer going to talk about the unhinged retards of the internet. We are instead going to turn our attention to the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. For people who just tuned in, tonight, we are going to be watching videos from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. This is a far-left group out of Seattle, obviously, that has put a bunch of their training content online. And what I do is I use training content that is created by real leftists to recruit people, to bring people into their fold, and we use that to learn about what the real far left is doing. Now, is there anyone new? I asked this earlier. I know we have a couple new people. Is there anyone new that is new for Socialism Saturday? Please let us know if you are new. Because what we're going to be asking our new people to do is to learn a foreign language. What we do on Socialism Saturday is we will teach you how to speak the language of the left using their own content. And if you have never watched socialism before, it can be a little overwhelming to watch it at first. And so we want to make sure we identify our new people. When you are new, your job is to sit back and listen and to ask questions. I cannot emphasize this enough. Because of people like James Lindsay, a lot of you have been completely misinformed about what the far left is and what they believe. And so we ask people, instead of making statements of assertion, ask questions. Don't assume that anything that you have learned from these people is actually true. You have to use primary source evidence to find out if it's true or not. Now, what I will tell people is that it is not your fault if you have been misinformed. It is not your fault that influencers and pundits have lied to you. But now that you know they're lying, it is your responsibility to learn what the truth is. I do have a couple guidelines for our Socialism Saturday. Number one, as we move into this class, I want everyone to know we do have fun. We do joke around, we do banter, but this is a class and this is a research group and we do take this seriously, okay? So we ask people, no shit posting in the chat. We ask people, please refrain from debunking. I know that especially if you're new, you're going to want to debunk everything you hear. Believe me, guys, we know that socialists are crazy. We know that. We know their ideas are crazy. We know that. But if you spend all your time debunking them, you are not listening to them and you are not learning. So please resist the urge to debunk the things that you're hearing because it doesn't make a lick of difference. Please resist the urge to own the libs. It doesn't make any difference, okay? I generally have two rules in my chat. Number one, don't be a dick. What that means is you will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the audience. I don't care if you insult the socialists, but we're keeping it nice here. If you start to get out of line and you start insulting me, don't be surprised if I insult you back because this is my classroom. I am the teacher in the class. You are the student in the class. If you don't like the dynamic, you don't have to be here. All right? Number two, no whining. I don't want to hear it. I have no interest in your feelings. I'm very, very sorry. If you have tears, go talk to your mommy about it. I care. And if you think I'm too mean, because this is one of the accusations that gets made against me. If you think I'm too mean, I promise you, I am not nearly as mean as the socialists that we are watching. I care about your feelings more than the socialists do, guys. So get used to it. This is about learning what's going on and taking this seriously. Number four, listen. Your main job here is to listen. If you have questions, ask them in the chat. We will break down the language. We will break down the concepts. We will explain what this means. I will do it. People in my chat will do it. But we need you to listen actively to what people are saying. And number five, I'm going to keep this as a place that's nice for everyone to be. If you don't like this, if you break my rules, if you ignore what I'm saying, if you ignore warnings that I give you, you will be banned from my chat, okay? I don't want to do that, but I will do that. So, is everyone on board? Everyone want to get started? Carlin's been talking enough. I've already been screaming for an hour. Let's dig in, guys. Let's listen to some socialists. Let's listen to some socialists. We are going to be starting today with a presentation called Dreaming Big, What Would a Socialist World Look Like? This is from the Radical Revolutionary Socialists, September of 2021. As socialists, we're often focused on fighting the injustices of capitalism, ding, 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 along with all forms of oppression and imperialism that capitalism brings with it. Oh, how funny. Let's learn what their future socialist world looks like.
Able to do this.
Okay, fine, Siri. Okay, share.
Under the security settings, you should be able to see share screen.
Yes.
And then you can enable it, and then you should be able to share screen.
Okay, okay.
Maybe since you're a host, you can do it anyway. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Look.
Okay. A future socialist society. I should have written John Molyneux. Okay. This was an alternate title. It's weird that everyone's muted. Oh, Connor Rudolph entered the waiting room. Okay. Okay, this is John Molyneux. Socialism. Oh, wait, no. We'll start here. Yeah, so there's a need. He says there's a need for socialist propaganda for an angry denunciation of capitalism. So that's why I had that other slide. He emphasized the need for hard-headed analysis of strategy and tactics, but also the inspiration that makes the struggle worthwhile. He also said we can't exactly predict the future, but we can dream, struggle, learn, and organize, analyze together. This is a quote, which I can't really see.
Hang on. So, guys, if you have questions, please feel free to ask them at any time. I am monitoring chats on YouTube and on Rumble. Will we talk about the American Communist Party soon? I mean, so that's Jackson Hinkle's party. I mean, I'm kind of ambivalent about Jackson Hinkle's party, if I'm honest about it. It's kind of like, I don't think that real revolutionary socialist activists take them seriously. And if the real activists, the ones that are actually pushing the insanity and actually eliciting change, if they don't take them seriously, I'm kind of ill-inclined to talk about it. I don't really take them seriously, if I'm honest about it. Now, Autumn is actually a socialist, guys, so Autumn causes trouble in our chat. We like to bully her sometimes. The American so yeah, she doesn't like the American Communist Party. So it's like, you know, if they're not taken seriously by the real activists, I kind of have a hard time dedicating time to them because there's so much socialist content on the internet to watch. Like, it's just like, we will never actually get through it all. And if I have to waste time following like a social media campaign to make Jackson Hinkle and Hawes like internet famous, I'm kind of like ambivalent about it. What I will say is I have had the Midwestern I've had Noah from Midwestern Marks on my channel. I actually like Noah from Midwestern Marks. He's involved in that. I like him as a guy. He's just like a nice guy. He's a communist, and so we don't like that. But like he's like you can have a conversation with him, and I appreciate it when communists come and talk to me. So maybe we'll do that. Listen. Socialists suck at technology, okay? We're lucky if we can hear their audio on a good day.
Oh, maybe I can minimize everybody. How do I? Okay. Socialism is a historical process and can only be achieved in a fully classless society on a worldwide scale. How do I? Okay. So the conquest of political power The working class must create its own state. The state will be a centralized organization with ultimate authority in society and a decisive armed force.
Wait, did I miss that because I was tweeting? Did they actually have a slide that said "fuck capitalism"? Seriously, did I just miss that? Was it in the actual slide deck? Did they show it yet? Hang on. See, now I have to look. Where was it? At the beginning? Okay, I'm sorry. We have to watch again. I'm sorry. My fault. I have to see it.
Share.
Under the
right
security
before the
settings, you
Okay. A future socialist society. I should have written John Molyneux.
We're gonna pause
Okay.
and take a picture.
This was an alternate title.
Smiling. Oh! I missed it. I was tweeting. Wow. Guys, remember, James Lindsay likes to tell everyone that socialists don't really care about capitalism. Yeah, I'm going to take a second screenshot just to be sure. That's great. All right. What a way to start off. Yeah.
Da-da-da-da.
Oh!
It's weird that everyone's muted.
She's so proud of
Oh.
herself, isn't she?
Connor Rudolph.
The socialists are really Gnostic.
Okay.
No!
Okay, this is John Molyneux. Socialism. Oh, wait, no. We'll start here. Yeah, so there's a need. He says there's a need for socialist propaganda for an angry denunciation of capitalism. So that's why I had that other slide. He emphasized the need for hard-headed analysis of strategy and tactics, but also the inspiration that makes the struggle worthwhile. He also said we can't exactly predict the future, but we can dream, struggle, learn, and organize, analyze together. This is a quote, which I can't really see. Oh, maybe I can minimize everybody. How do I? Okay. Socialism is a historical process and can only be achieved in a fully classless society on a worldwide scale. How do I? Okay. So the conquest of
Hang on.
power.
We're really going to have to pay attention to her because she actually just said something that was actually pretty important, and I want to make sure people hear it.
Worldwide scale.
Okay, we need to go back a little bit further. Pay attention.
Historical process and can only be achieved in a fully classless society on a worldwide scale.
Okay, what she just said is that socialism can only be achieved on a worldwide scale. What this is, again, remember, these are radical revolutionary socialists, okay? These are as far left as you can get. They are Leninists. They're Marxist Leninists. They are not Stalinists. They are not Maoists. No matter how many times James Lindsay says that what we're dealing with in America is Maoism with American characteristics, the fact of the matter is these people hate Mao because they believe that Mao came from, was a protege of Stalin. They hate Stalin because they believe that Stalin screwed up what Lenin started. And one of the reasons they believe that Stalin screwed up what Lenin started is Stalin just made it about Russia. Whereas what they believe is that in order for socialism to work, it has to be a global endeavor. Yes, Leninists are globalists. They believe that it cannot work if it just happens in one country, because then all the other capitalist countries are going to band together to put down the one country that is being communist, right? And they'll point to Cuba, and they'll point to Venezuela, and they'll point to like all these things to say, look, we can only do this if this is a global regime. Now, do not confuse this with the WEF and the Malthusians, okay? Those are two different groups. This is another thing James Lindsay gets wrong all the time. The WEF and the Radical Revolutionary Socialists are not the same group. They are both globalists. That's true. They are both pushing communism. Well, WEF is really pushing more fascism than it is communism, but that's true. They look like they're the same. But what you need to know is that the Radical Revolutionary Socialists hate the WEF. They hate them. They consider them to be too close to capitalism. They consider them to be the enemy. And so what we have is we have two teams that both want a global regime. What that means is they're going to fight each other at some point. They're going to fight each other. Because right now, I would say, and people might disagree with me, and that's fine, you can disagree with me, I would say the Radical Revolutionary Socialists actually have the upper hand in the United States because they control the public school system. There are other reasons why you might disagree with me, and you might say the WEF has the upper hand, like BlackRock and things like that. That's actually a perfectly valid argument to make, and that's fine. We can disagree. But where we need to get to is just the basic understanding that these are two completely different groups, all right? And so don't assume that just because groups are globalists that they're all on the same team. It means they're going to fight for who's in charge of the globalist order at some point. That's what it means. But bigger picture from here. These people believe that the United States is the first domino that needs to fall in order to enact socialism globally. All right? And so people say, why don't they just go to Cuba? Why don't they just go to Venezuela? Why don't they leave the United States? They're never going to do that because they believe that the United States needs to fall to socialism in order to be the first domino that it will enact globally, because they believe that unless there is a global socialist revolution, that is what intifada means. Intifada is not anti-Semitic. Intifada, when it is used by the protesters, the pro-Palestinian protesters, means worldwide socialist revolution. Does everyone understand that? Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. So the conquest of political power, the working class must create its own state. The state will be a centralized organization with ultimate authority in society and a decisive armed force. A workers' militia.
A workers' militia. That's going to be their replacement for the police, okay? We need to listen to them describe what they want a workers' militia to be. Hopefully they give us more information. So in the future socialist utopia, the police as we know it will not exist. The prison system as we know it will not exist. They're going to replace the police with a workers' militia, the people's militia. Hopefully they give us more information.
Which will... service will be on a rotating basis to train and involve as many workers as possible and ensure that like the militia wouldn't be like separated from the working class as a whole, and keep everyone to be a part of who's able, at least in this way, to be a part of learning how to run and structure the society.
So my read on that is it's something like a community watch sort of thing, where they want to get everyone involved in the workers' militia. It's like it's something to inform on your neighbors, is what it is. But what I want people to understand is it's not going to be the same as the police as you think of it now. I don't exactly know what the structure of it is. Again, I do hope they give us more information about that. That's something we need to find information on. Like, what do they suggest? what is the actual like structure of these workers' militias? Because that's something I haven't heard them talk about before. But it's not going to be what you think of as the current system.
And this sort of militia will be more effective because of the roots in community, and it won't be a separated arm of the state, but rather comprised of, community itself. The officers in the militia would be elected, not the collection of
she just said the officers in the system would be elected. So they're envisioning it as some sort of like, they're going to call it democratic organization where the community of people picks the leaders of it.
Type of people that are in a capitalist police force.
Capitalist police force.
To put it.
That's what we have now.
So the fundamental.
Let's listen to that part again. Why does she call, pop quiz for the chat, why does she call our current system of policing the capitalist police force? Remember, guys, abolishing capitalism is always their number one goal. Capitalism is explicitly defined as private property ownership. Private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your intellectual property, your private businesses, your parental rights, your individual liberties. Why is she calling the current police force in the United States the capitalist police force? Because these people believe the police are the protectors of private property. They are the protectors of private property, the protectors of private property, the enforcers of private property. Where did that come from? Where did the police come from according to these people? They're the enforcers of capitalism. Even our socialists said the police's job is to protect capitalism. The police protect private property because the police protect the capitalists. The police were created to protect private property, and private property is capitalism. What private property were the police created to protect? The current capitalist system guards private property. The police use the force used by capitalism to enforce and protect private property. Police are the protectors of private property. You guys are doing good at this. Police came from slavery. Give me more information about this. How did the police, as we currently know it, according to the left, come from slavery? Because the police protect private property. From slavery, they were the enforcers. They came from slavery. They were the descendants of slave catchers. The far left believes that the police, as we currently have them today, they came from the slave catchers that the masters used to use to catch the runaway slaves. The runaway slaves were private property. That's why the police are the enforcers of private property. That's why they consider the police to be racist. The only way to solve racism, according to these people, is to abolish the system that upholds racism. The system is capitalism. Came from slaves. Police, in their view, were created to catch slaves, protecting the rich land and slave owners. You guys are doing so good. Doing so good. No, I know it might sound like that, Suzanne. So what Suzanne is pointing out is socialists hate hierarchy. They think that capitalism created all hierarchies where some people have more than others. And she's saying that by electing people to be leaders, that sounds like a hierarchy, but it's not. It's not. Because it would be on a rotating basis. So it wouldn't be that those people would be in positions of power forever. And it would always be at the consent of the people. It's just like putting someone in charge of something. They're not actually creating a hierarchy in which someone has more power than others. They're just saying, you're in charge of this where I'm in charge of this. But they're still at the same level. They're still all comrades. They're still all in solidarity. But that's a good question. All right. Lots of correct answers in the chat. Great job. Let's continue.
To put it in that weird way.
And actually, let's just listen to that one more time.
The officers in the militia would be elected, not the collection of type of people that are in a capitalist police force. To put it in that weird way. So the fundamental feature of the worker state will be that it relies upon and mobilizes the self-activity, organizing ability, and creativity of the mass of the working class to build a new society from the bottom upwards. Our democracy today depends on the passivity of the working people and others. So the Nationals Workers Council, every state institution will be responsible to the Nationals Worker Council, and there will be, different political parties will operate freely in the councils, and the party with the majority support from the workers would form the government. And those are some examples of times this has happened. Every workers' revolution in the last century, or attempted revolution, like the Russian Soviets, has been constructed in this way. So that's where he got, I guess, the inspiration for that structure. Such councils would arise during the revolution for the working class to coordinate its forces. I'm worried I'm being too thorough. This might be a long presentation. If delegates don't represent their will of the electors, they will simply be recalled and replaced by mass meetings in workplaces. Instead of one day's democracy every 5 years for everyone, like we have now, waiting for election cycles, in a socialist society, there would be an ongoing involvement in actually running the state for the vast majority. I can't remember what's coming next. Oh, yes. So we would, there's also, of course, that we would have to repress the bourgeoisie and exclude them from the electoral process. So this would be the bourgeoisie in that case. Very sad. This too, as well. Or this. Okay. I had fun with the images for this. All right. It is so weird to give a presentation where I can't see anyone. Repression and freedom under workers' power. So this
is a literal
image is from the social.
Does everyone know what this is from? This is a literal screen grab from the movie 1984 that she's using unironically. They do this stuff all the time. They're literally using a screen grab from 1984 unironically saying this is what we want. Thank you, Dawn, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Guys, if you appreciate the work I'm doing breaking down socialism for you on a Saturday night, please feel free to send in a super chat. Help me get to my $100 goal. It's a nominal goal. I don't think I ask too much. I spend hours a week doing this stuff and preparing for this stuff. So if you appreciate it, throw in $5, $10. Because I am completely grassroots funded. I don't take big money from anyone. I only take small donations from you guys. $5, $10 keeps me in business. It keeps me streaming. It keeps me teaching on the internet. I really do appreciate it. Let's learn about how we're going to be existing in 1984.
This film 1984. Just kidding.
No, you're not kidding. No, you're not. You're not. You're not kidding.
Basically,
Offensive saint. Never stick your dick in crazy, bro. Don't do it. She's a communist. You're a groiper. She is a communist. You're a groiper. Don't do it, bro. Be strong.
Hi, Noelle, if you can hear me. I don't know. Yeah, so we'll need the, because of capitalist propaganda, there are many myths and misconceptions of what socialism actually is.
Because of capitalist propaganda, sure.
Particularly because of the defeat of the Russian Revolution. So in order to maintain workers' power, some repression of the capitalist state bourgeoisie will be necessary. The dictatorship of the proletariat. The very newness of the worker state will make its rule fragile. So, yes, it's very important. Am I the only one in charge of letting people in the meeting?
No, I got your back.
Okay, cool. I figured. Okay, what's next? The conquest of economic power. Okay, so the foundations of socialism or lies in the economy. So, of course, the working class basically is the economy, and they will have to take power of all means of production.
Okay, so let's just read this slide for a second because I don't think she's going to read it. In the future socialist utopia, the working class will take power of all the means of production. That means, among other things, there will be universal health care for all. There will be no private doctors, no private insurance. There will be universal public schooling for all, no private schools, no charter schools, no homeschooling. They will control the distribution and creation of all energy, so they decide who heats their homes in the winter. They decide how much gas you get. They decide how far you can travel, where you can travel, how you can travel. They will also be in charge of the food supply. So there will be no private farms. That is part of what the means of production is. There is no private farming. They will be in charge of the food supply. They will be in charge of how much food you get. They are trying to abolish private kitchens and homes to force everyone to go into a canteen area to get their daily 2,000 calories or less of rations. You will eat in the canteen area. You will get your food in the canteen area. If you do not do the job that you are assigned, you will not eat. Does everyone understand? Everything else on the slide, economic power will be established through nationalization of land. They will own all the lands. When I say they want to abolish private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own a private business, no matter if that private business is big or small, your intellectual property, your parental rights are a form of private property, your individual liberties are a form of private property. So you're seeing here, they're saying there will be no privately owned land. They will own all the land. There will be no private banks. They're going to get rid of all banks. They're going to get rid of all money. They don't want money to exist. There's going to be a different form of currency, probably in the form of like ration cards and things like that, because they're going to get rid of all banks and they're going to get rid of all monies, all exchanges. First, nationalism will be a legal takeover at the top with workers' action at its base. Second, nationalism will be without compensation. I'm looking forward to knowing what that means. Nationalism will be without compensation. What that means is you will work a job. You will not get paid. Because remember, there's no more money. There's ration cards. You will get paid in food. You will get paid in the housing that they assign you because you can't buy your house no more. They will tell you where to live, because they own all the houses. That's how you get paid. Third, nationalism will be under workers' control. Okay, let's listen.
And which will need to be done quickly, of course, while we maintain repression of the capitalist state, bourgeoisie. So economic power will be established through nationalization of all banks, exchange controls, land, followed by the takeover of main firms and industries, especially, Molinos says, the decisive levers of economic power, probably in our case, like big corporations and politicians and etc., I guess. So first, nationalism will be nationalization. Will be a legal takeover at the top with the workers' action at the base. There will be nationalization without compensation in order to break the economic power of the bourgeoisie. Is Noelle admitted? Because it says that they're still in the waiting room.
Yeah, they're having.
I just love all this hullabaloo on Twitter. Carlin used the N-word. It's like, you care more about me calling Myron Gaines the N-word with the hard R than you do about what's happening to the country? Really? You care more about me calling abject Neanderthal fucking troglodyte Myron Gaines, who says, "You're a bitch, you're a whore, shut the fuck up, make me a kid, make me a sandwich, get in the kitchen, make me a..." You care more about me calling him the N-word with the hard R to get him to shut the fuck up than you care about what's going on in the country? I would say that their priorities are a bit skewed. I will not apologize for calling Myron Gaines the N-word. I don't care how many people fucking tweet it. I don't care how many people post it. I don't give a fuck. If he wasn't acting like one, he wouldn't have gotten called one.
Having trouble connecting, it looks like.
Oh, okay. Cool. Sorry. I guess I don't need to worry about that. And nationalization will be under workers' control, most importantly, by each factory or workplace to be run by an elected council accountable to periodic meetings of the workforce. Yes, so there must first be workers' ownership and control of the industry, followed by the introduction of a planned economy. Workers, the planning process would begin in workplace meetings, factory councils, workers' councils, with the determination of people's needs and priorities and an assessment of the productive capacities of each workplace.
Guess who got the recording of the unrecorded Twitter space? I'll be posting that audio when I get a chance. I have the recording though.
Councils will draw up a coherent plan to be submitted to the working class for debate and to its representatives in the workers' councils for amendment and approval. Very technical, detailed ideas, I guess. I don't know. This is a little bit of Frida Kahlo. Spreading the revolution, the international dimension.
I love Frida Kahlo. I love her art. I don't care that she's a
socialism
communist.
cannot be built in one country.
Here it is.
This means organizing a revolutionary movement internationally. Because of the threat of capitalist counter-revolution.
So now she's explaining exactly what I explained to you guys earlier, which is that in order for socialism to be effective, it needs to happen everywhere because the threat of capitalist counter-revolution will be ended if they do it everywhere.
Oh, yes. So yeah, this will mean that the threat of capitalist counter-revolution will be ended. National wars will cease. The problems of world poverty and underdevelopment.
All problems will be solved.
Can be overcome.
Who needs a beer?
People can migrate freely. Roots of racism will be destroyed, which we'll also talk about more in a minute. And it will mean that international socialism, which
Nashua Red
called the harnessing of all.
I'm having a Nashua Red Ale out of New Hampshire. Swooping in for a few. Thanks again for all the hard work. Thank you, Angel Eyes. I do appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Well, Ed, here's the thing. They're winning, you are losing, so someone's taking them seriously because these people are winning and they're not that far away from getting their socialist revolution in the United States. So you can focus on her clothing choices, or you can focus on learning what they believe and learning what they're doing and learning who your enemy is and how to fight back against them. Those are your choices. Those are your choices. Those are the only choices you have. What happens if one socialist group is not so great at producing food or something important like medical supplies? What will happen is people will starve. People will not have the medical supplies they need. That's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, there will be coordination between different groups. They're actually, they have plans for how they're going to organize and coordinate among each other. But ultimately, people will starve and people will die. And that is what has happened every single time. And it'll happen again. No, I'm not going to apologize for saying that word. I am not. I'm absolutely not. Nope. One in the chat. Okay, let's do a poll. If people in my chat say I should apologize for using the N-word with the hard R, then I'll apologize. One in the chat if you think I should apologize for calling Myron Gaines the N-word. Two in the chat if you think I should not apologize for calling Myron Gaines the N-word. One in the chat if you think I should apologize. Two in the chat if you think I should not apologize. Let's see, we got two. Let's see, two, no, two. Autumn is the only one so far. Two, never apologize. Two. Never apologize, always double down. Two. I'm going by the will of my audience, man. I'm going by the will of my audience. My audience is saying that I should absolutely not apologize for calling Myron Gaines the N-word with a hard R. Two. Never apologize. Two. I don't know what three means, Jenny. Jenny's going with the unconventional option. Never apologize for exercising the First Amendment. Yeah, Offensive Saint wants me to say the N-word more often. Milo wants me to say the N-word again. Oh, Jenny just hit the wrong number. Two. Oh, a magic word white people aren't allowed to use. Do people realize how dumb that is? It is a word. I don't like the word either. But listen, man, if Myron Gaines is going to act like it, Myron is awful. He does not owe an apology. This is the will of the people. I'm doubling down, not apologizing. Nope. Autumn's vote doesn't count. The people have spoken. I am not apologizing.
All the world's resources for the benefit of united humanity will become a reality. Okay. Producing for need towards abundance. So military funding will be so over, which would mean millions of dollars to be redirected to.
All right. Military and police funding would be redirected to socially useful programs. So no more military, no more police, no longer enormous waste. There will be a progression from capitalist production to socialist production, So basically what they're saying is there will no longer be excess production of products. So there will be no profit motive in the socialist utopia. So there will be no need to produce excess products. Instead of 37 brands of deodorant that are produced, they're going to produce one. You don't get to choose from 37 different brands of deodorant anymore because the only reason you get to choose from 37 brands of deodorant in the first place is because of the profit motive. You get one choice now. You don't get all the craft beer anymore. You don't like me if you are a craft beer enjoyer in a wine glass because I'm bougie like that. If you like craft beer and you like the hundreds and thousands of options that we have for craft beer, you better enjoy it while you can, because in the socialist utopia, you're going to get one option for beer. Because why do you need more than one option for beer? You only need one. This is how they think. That's what they mean. Okay? Housing. Build more houses. Allocate them according to need. Housing will be allocated. What that means is you do not own your home. You are allocated a home based on the perceived value probably that you are giving to society. So no more home ownership. Free education, that means no private education, that means no homeschooling, that means no charter schooling, that means only public schooling. Free healthcare, universal healthcare, no private doctors, no private insurance. I told you about this earlier. Public transportation, they control the energy sector. They control the gasoline. They control the electricity. They control who heats their home in the winter. Buying and selling will fade away because capitalism is gone. Money will steadily lose its influence to the point where it can be dispensed with altogether. No money. This slide is saying exactly what I told you they were going to do earlier. I was right. They say this all the time. That's how I knew where they were going. Do socialists kill off older people? No, they don't. No, they don't. So they're not going to kill anyone off. I wouldn't be surprised if they had some sort of like suicide pill that they would give out if people wanted it, but they're not going to kill you off. They're going to provide you with care and stuff like that. So that's not, I've never heard them say they're going to kill off like old people.
Probably more than millions. I don't know. Redirected to socially useful purposes. No longer.
Listen, Dawn, we've never heard them say that though. We have got to start hinging into reality, guys. Socialists will tell you what they're doing. We've got to stop. We've got to start like removing conservative propaganda from how we understand the left. I've learned one thing so far. They want to take it worldwide. I'm Gen X, went to Catholic school, so I know. No. Ed, no. Ed, how do you... Okay, this is a test for Ed. Ed, how do you define capital? How do they define capitalism? Ed, this is going to tell us how much you know. What is their definition of capitalism? I've already said it twice on this stream at least. And the reason I'm doing this, guys, is a lot of people who are new to these streams, you come here thinking you know everything, and it turns out that you really know nothing. See? And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you don't know as much as you think you know. Yup. See, you don't know, do you? So, sit down, listen, learn.
There will no longer be enormous waste. Because socialism begins with the resources it inherits from capitalism, the supply of goods will remain limited and the workers will still work for money wages, which in turn they will use to purchase those goods, until eventually there will be a progression from capitalist production to a socialist production so that supply exceeds demand and needs are met. So basically, I think he's trying to emphasize that it's not going to be immediate and things will have to, it's a process. It's a historical process.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Rottweiler here. The unaliving pills, boosts, and basically eugenics are from the Malthusians, so that's more the WEF progressives, not radical revolutionaries. Stop listening to influencers. Well, I mean, at least we need to make sure we're separating the two. And listen, like, I'm not saying the WEF and the Malthusians aren't a problem. I'm just saying they're a separate problem from this. But I do appreciate that clarification, Rottweiler. Thank you.
Yeah. So housing, we can build more houses and allocate them to, according to need.
Oh shit, I never updated my super chat.
If people want to move, he talked about people can transfer it to vacant accommodation or just exchange houses instead of buying and selling them.
No more buying, selling houses. No more. You can exchange, you can move into a vacant
I feel like
house.
It's kind of what we do now in like a really complicated classes.
No more buying and selling houses. Anyway. She just said that.
And of course, money will steadily lose its usefulness to the point where it can be dispensed with altogether as buying and selling fade away. But if everyone is free, will anyone bother to work? The transformation of work. So he says this would be the most important task of all. Maybe that's up for debate. The work week will be systematically reduced. Automation will be used to eliminate the most unpleasant and menial jobs. The division of labor will be progressively overcome. Everyone will become both producer and planner of production. In Marx's words, work will become not only a means of life, but life's prime want. The ultimate socialist principle, from each according to their ability to each according to their needs. Beautiful. I liked this quote. Human beings are not naturally lazy. Observe the closest we can get to that mythical being, a natural person, a baby or young child, and you will see they overflow with curiosity, energy, and enthusiasm for learning, for activity, and for life. It is capitalism, oppression, and alienated labor that wear people down, demoralize, and break them, destroy their energy, and convince them that life is best spent with their feet up in front of the television. Women's liberation.
Holy
Okay.
shit. Oh, holy shit. Okay, pop quiz for the chat. Before we get into the women's liberation section, I'm going to ask a very general question to my chat. What do you think she's going to say? What do you think she's going to say about women's liberation in the socialist utopia? If you are a beginner, don't worry if you don't know the answer to this. I'm more so asking the veterans this, but we're going to use it to teach people what they're about to say, and then we're going to listen to her say it. What is she going to say about women's liberation in the socialist utopia? And you've got some of this, you got the slide on the screen right in front of you. They're going to abolish gender roles. How are they going to do that? Having children enslaves women into unpaid labor. Yep, they're going to say that. What do they plan to do about that? Well, it's not even just that, Ed. It's not even that there are no differences. It goes farther than that. What are they doing? But you're close. You're close. They want to unburden women from servile domestic work. But what does that mean, Lily? What does that mean? They want to abolish the gender binary by having babies born via pods. Now we're starting to cook with steam. What socialists believe is that capitalism, private property ownership created the gender binary. The gender binary means men and women. This is also called the patriarchy. The gender binary or the patriarchy put men in the workplace where they have access to all the work and all the power and all the money. It put women in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers as part of the nuclear family. This is a hierarchy. What they want to do is abolish men and women, abolish the gender binary to flatten the hierarchy, thus creating a world of non-gendered they-thems. When people are identifying as they, them, or any other of those crazy pronouns, they, them means non-binary. Non-binary means no binary. The binary they're talking about is men and women. They want to abolish that. When they get rid of men and women, they create gender equity. No more unpaid labor in childbirth and childbearing. Yep, because they're going to abolish the nuclear family because they believe the gender binary created the nuclear family. The nuclear family is the literal means of reproduction of capitalism through something called social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory says that social systems, the nuclear family, will reproduce themselves until they're disrupted. The nuclear family is reproducing capitalism by raising children with capitalist values and sending them into the workplace where they are oppressed workers under capitalism. So they need to disrupt the nuclear family in order to disrupt capitalism. Thoughts on I Hypocrite? I'm grateful he took that smear video on me down, and I think he's a good guy for doing so. So I appreciate him on that. They want to abolish the nuclear family and the gender binary. Freedom from capitalists to assign gender roles of reproduction and childcare. Correct, Julian? Yep, well, they are going to do babies via surrogacy at some point. That's going to happen. Freedom from the gender binary and the nuclear family. They're talking about queering the nuclear family. Everyone children will be born outside the womb. I don't know if they're going to talk about that, but that is absolutely on their plan to do. Pod babies. Abolish the family. Abolish unpaid labor. Unpaid labor in this case means child rearing. When they say unpaid labor, they mean having and raising children. Abolition of the gender binary. Well, liberation just means to free oneself from capitalism. Your chats are showing up. You're back. The removal of parental rights. Yep, parental rights are considered to be a form of private property under capitalism. Ultimately, the abolition of individualism. The abolition of individualism and meritocracy, because individualism and meritocracy uphold capitalism. So what they want is for people to subjugate themselves to the will of the collective. Carrie Smith is a psychopath who stalked me for years And if you want more information about Carrie Smith stalking me for years, you can go to survivingcarriesmith.substack.com, where I chronicled the stalking and harassment campaign that Carrie Smith engaged in for years. You're just here to cause trouble, Blake, but that's all right. That's all right, because people here know that Carrie's insane. Let me see. All right, let's hear what they have to say.
So basically, without the complete emancipation of women, it's impossible, he says, to speak of complete emancipation of the working class. Therefore, impossible to speak of socialism. So there must be an abolition of every vestige of legal inequality between men and women, an outlawing of every form of discrimination against women. And I added trans folks and queer folks, of course, to that. And yes, so all major institutions in society will be under democratic workers' control.
Democratic in this case means socialist. Anytime they say democratic, they really mean socialist.
To ensure that these laws are translated into practice and not just said in a constitution, I suppose. Bodily autonomy, this would include the right to free contraception, abortion on demand, a right to immediate divorce.
Why are socialists so adamant about pushing reproductive justice? Reproductive justice is what they call abortion. This is a pop quiz for the chat. Why are socialists so adamant about pushing free, unlimited abortion on demand? Because all of the reproductive justice stuff, all of the people who are shouting their abortion, that's these people. They are radical revolutionary socialists. Every time you see that, they're socialists. So why is this so important to them? Why is abortion so important to them? Because abortion frees women from the unpaid labor of parenthood. Yup, there's more to it than that. That's a good start, though. Does anyone else have guesses? Men make women produce children as an it's not men, though. It's not men. It's the oppressive capitalist system. Nope, this is not true. No. This is bullshit conservative propaganda. Not true. Yes. Because if you can liberate women from the inequitable gender roles that they've been placed in via capitalism, being the person that does the birthing and the labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers, that means the children. If you can liberate women from that gender role, you're going to end up abolishing the nuclear family as a result. Yeah, it does have to do with the nuclear family, Stella. Yep. It disrupts the nuclear family, and the nuclear family. Remember, guys, the nuclear family is critical to them because the nuclear family is what reproduces capitalism. There are two things that we need to protect at all costs, and I mean at all fucking costs. We need to protect the gender binary, men and women. There are two genders. There are only two genders. And we need to protect the nuclear family. Because if we protect the gender binary and the nuclear family, we win, they lose. They can't get their Marxist revolution if they don't get the nuclear family. That's the thing you got to take. And by the way, trans people, normal trans people, people that transition from being a man to woman or woman to man, they protect the gender binary. I have multiple trans people in my community. They believe there are two genders, and they switched from one to the other. And you cannot like that. That's fine. You don't have to agree with that. But trans people that go from man to woman or woman to man, they protect the gender binary. It is queer people who insist on using they, them. Queer people who go outside of the system. Those are the problem. Normal trans people are not the problem. It is the queer people, because queer is a far left political ideology. They are the problem, okay? So those are the things we need to protect at all costs. Abortion on demand gives women the freedom to liberate themselves from the gender-based hierarchy. Correct, Julian. Welcome back, Julian. Welcome back. Back into the good graces. They push abortion because families reinforce capitalism. Yup. Dismantling every possible thing that supports capitalism. Yup. Abortion on demand frees women from the tyranny of the gender binary. Yup. Yup. Trans people are very protective of the gender binary. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, again, you don't have to agree with them, but when trans people are helping us in this regard, we have to be kind, we have to be empathetic, and we have to fucking welcome them. Beggars can't be choosers. We welcome anyone that wants to be on the team, okay? Treat trans people with respect and courtesy. Treat everyone with respect and courtesy, unless they don't do it to you, and then you can be a bitch. But like, if they're treating you with respect and courtesy, be respectful and courteous to them. Let's see. Yes, because it's not trans that's the problem, guys. It is queer that's the problem. Queer is a far left political ideology. You do not need to be trans to be queer. You do not need to be gay to be queer. You can be a straight white man and still be queer. All you need to do is identify as queer. So trans people that transition from man to woman, woman to man, and just want to live their life and be left alone, they are not the problem. Queer people are the problem. Queer ideology is the problem. All right, let's keep going.
Equal pay, job opportunities, everything. The right to, I don't know, sexual freedom, expression. Yeah, abolition of capitalist, sexist representation in media for profit.
No. This is not correct. This is incorrect. You need to unlearn this. You do not need to be trans to be queer. You do not need to be gay to be queer. You can be a straight white man and straight cisgendered white man and be queer. Queer is a far left political ideology. All you need to do to be queer is to say that you are queer. That's it. And the most common way that you can identify if someone is queer is if they identify with non-binary pronouns. They, them, he, they, she, they. Any of these like neo-pronouns like fey, fair, zim, zer, like whatever the fuck. That's how you identify if someone is queer. Because almost all of them use some form of non-binary pronouns, but that does not mean that they are trans. You do not need to do anything to your body in order to be queer. You just need to say that you are. You've got to start separating this in your head. And I know that a lot of people, including James Lindsay, have lied to you guys about this. I understand this. But trans people that uphold the gender binary, that say there are men and women, and I'm just going from one to the other, they're not Marxist. They're not Marxist. They're not queer. They're just people that are trying to live their lives. Okay? Does everyone understand this? Does anyone have any questions about this? No, it's not even this. It's not even this. It's not even this. It's not about sexual norms. It's not just about sexual norms. Normativity. Queer seeks to disrupt normativity. Normativity is anything that upholds capitalism. If you look at queer anarchist literature, which by the way, James Lindsay has never fucking talked about this, and don't let him lie and say he has, because he hasn't. If you look at queer anarchist literature, which I analyze extensively on this channel, they will tell you queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. They say it flat out. This is not about sexual norms. Although sexual norms are a part of it. They think they want to do polyamory and stuff like that. But not all polyamorous people are queer, but that's one of the things they use. But normativity means anything that upholds societal norms. Societal norms means capitalism. Please let me know if you guys have any questions about this. Queer means against the normal, against capitalism. No, you're not oversimplifying. You got it wrong. You need to admit that you were wrong. Queer rejects normativity. Exactly. You need to admit that you got it wrong, and you need to adjust your thinking on this. And I have receipts for all of this, guys. You can find them on the Substack. We can look at them, I guess, if you want, but we're already taking a lot of time today, so. Let's see. I want to see if there are any questions. No, that's not what queer is. Queer is a far left political ideology that is designed to destabilize normativity. Normativity means anything that upholds capitalism. Queer liberation means the annihilation. Okay, we need to just look at it. Hang on. Hang on. Not that one. This one. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Do I have the PDF in this one? Do I have the PDF? Okay, here it is. We're just going to look at this real quick. I'm going to show you this. This is a piece of queer anarchist literature. If it loads, stop share. Where's my PDF? Dang. Hang on. I gotta find it real quick. It ain't loading directly. Why would something work when I need it to work? Why? Why would something work when I need it to work? Okay, I got a different copy of it. Got it. Never mind. Got it. I want to show you this. This is basically this is a document that every queer activist today has read. This is from a group of queer anarchists called the Mary Nardini Gang. This is called Towards the Queerest Insurrection. I have analyzed this document extensively on my channel. Okay, so you can find podcasts of me analyzing this. You can find written documents of me analyzing this. You can find a lot of things of me analyzing this. But I just want to go look at all the time. Okay, here it is. Here it is. We're gonna read this section right here. And guys, this is their document. This is their founding document, okay? The perspective of queers within the heteronormative world is a lens through which we can critique and attack the apparatus of capitalism. They're telling you the goal of queer is to attack capitalism. We can analyze the ways in which medicine, the prison system, the church, the state, marriage, the media, borders, the military, police are used to control and destroy us. More importantly, we can use these cases to articulate a cohesive criticism of every way we are alienated and dominated. Queer is a position from which to attack the normative more, a position from which to understand and attack the ways in which normal is reproduced and reiterated. In destabilizing and problematizing normalcy, we can destabilize and become a problem for the totality. The history of organized queers was born out of this position. The most marginalized, trans folks, people of color, sex workers have always been the catalyst for riotous explosions of queer resistance. These explosions have been coupled with a radical analysis wholeheartedly asserting that, here it is, the liberation for queer people is intrinsically tied to the annihilation of capitalism and the state. I'm going to say this again. This is their document. Every queer activist in the world today has read this document, I promise you. We hear them quoting it all the time. The liberation for queer people is intrinsically tied to the annihilation of capitalism and the state. It is no wonder then that the first people to publicly speak of sexual liberation in this country were anarchists, or that those in the last century who struggled for queer liberation also simultaneously struggled against capitalism, racism, and patriarchy and empire. These are four words that all mean the same thing. This is our history. Again, this is a document called Towards the Queerest Insurrection from the Mary Nardini Gang. I have analyzed this document extensively. We've done podcasts about it. We've done videos about it. We've done streams about it. This is what they believe. Does anyone have any questions about this? Nope, that's not what they're doing, bro. They want to abolish capitalism. Stop repeating conservative propaganda in my stream. Stop it. No, I have the correct perspective. You've been misinformed and you refuse to listen. You come in all my chat all the time and you refuse to listen. You're going to end up getting banned eventually because you refuse to listen. This is the document driving queer activism. This is effectively the queer Marxism manifesto. These ideas have been around a long time. This is not new. Only literal retards think I support this, Alice. We're learning about the enemy here. Try to catch up, girl. Try to catch up. Only literal retards think I support this. I know you're right. I'm an old tranny. Oh, so you're okay. So you're okay. I get you now. All right. I get you now. I didn't realize you were an old tranny. I get you. Bro, their end game is to abolish capitalism. This is what I've been telling you. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. They want to abolish your ability to own a home, abolish your ability to own land, abolish your ability to own an apartment rental, abolish your ability to own a private business, big or small, abolish your intellectual property, abolish your parental rights, abolish your individual liberties. That is their end game. Everything they do, from anti-racist bullshit and critical race theory, to abolish the police, to gender ideology, to queer theory, to environmental justice, to reproductive justice, to everything. It is all about abolishing capitalism. It's attacking capitalism from multiple different angles. They are attacking capitalism from every possible angle. Well, girl, I have a bio in my Twitter feed, but I appreciate you're here from someone from a post about me being harassed on the internet. Yeah, I got a whole horde of people screaming about me right now because they're upset that I'm a better teacher than they are. But if you want to learn about the radical left, sit down, take a seat, grab a drink. We'll teach you some stuff, okay? This is their rabbit hole. We are showing you their rabbit hole. This is why I've been telling you that you need to sit back and listen, because you don't know this stuff. This is why you got yelled at yesterday. You don't know this stuff. You think you do, and we need to break through your cognitive dissonance. This is the rabbit hole, bro. You're in the fucking rabbit hole now. What you need to do is to listen and learn and ask questions. All of us have been in the state that you're in. All of us have gone through this process of dissonance. Sit down and listen and ask questions. All right. Does anyone have questions about the goal of queer? Does anyone have questions about what I just read you, or how this relates back to everything else? I'm doing a pause. I'm waiting to see if there are questions. If there are questions, please ask them. Yeah, this is actually true. I know Marxism, and especially queer theory, better than most socialists do. That's true. We're going nice and slow tonight. All right. Let's go back to our presentation. We have taken 2 hours to analyze 16 minutes of a presentation. That's okay though. Are people learning stuff? Is everyone learning stuff tonight? Okay. Trendlin says, still confused about where the push is coming from regarding transing kids. It's not actually about transing the kids. It's about queering the kids. And this is an important distinction. They don't actually want the kids to be trans. They don't want the kids to transition from man to woman or woman to man. They want to convince the kids that gender is fluid, that gender is a performance, that changing your gender is as easy as changing your outfit. That's what Drag Queen Story Hour is all about. It's about putting basically a cartoon character in front of kids to say, look kids, gender is a performance. You can change your gender by putting on a sparkle dress. That's what Drag Queen Story Hour is actually about. It's not about sexualizing kids. That's conservative bullshit propaganda. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it's a different problem, okay? It's a different problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm saying it's a different problem. What they're trying to convince kids is the gender binary is not real. You can change your gender as easy as changing an outfit. And if they can convince the kids that the gender binary is not real, that's how they abolish the gender binary over time. That is what the goal is. No, bro, no one has said we're on their side. You're going through cognitive dissonance right now. You need to calm down. You need to breathe in and out real bit. Like, take a few deep breaths, bro. No one is saying this legitimizes anything. What we're doing is explaining it so you can understand it. Just because you understand something doesn't mean you agree with it. So I need you, I know exactly what you're going through right now. You need to take a few deep breaths. You need to calm the fuck down. I told you this yesterday. Let it wash over you. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, the abolition of the family institution. He talked.
Well, okay, so Alice, okay, this is a fair question, Alice, okay. But doesn't big pharma capitalism profit off of gender confusion? Yes, it does, Alice, but that's not why they're doing it. They want to abolish... Okay, so again, radical revolutionary socialists don't like big pharma. That doesn't mean big pharma's not profiting off of this. Of course they are. But that is a separate problem. You have to compartmentalize the problems. The reason that radical revolutionary socialists are pushing gender ideology on kids is not because they care about big pharma profiting, because eventually they want to abolish big pharma. They want to abolish all private healthcare. They want all trans surgeries, all trans hormones to be available for free on demand through universal healthcare that everyone has access to. They don't want big pharma to exist. So we're focusing on that problem. The big pharma question is a separate problem. We're focusing on what their motivation is. But you're not wrong that they profit, but that's something that these people actually find reprehensible. They're taking advantage of the situation. Exactly.
Talks about basically that in capitalism, the key task of the family is the efficient and caring socialization of housework and childcare.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. I'm going to keep giving you this advice. You need to stop speaking and you need to ask questions instead. Most socialists are not hyper-capitalist. That is bullshit conservative propaganda. Socialists are allowed to participate in capitalism as long as they are using their participation in capitalism to overthrow the system, because they live in a capitalist society. They have to survive in a capitalist society. So they're allowed to do that. If you think socialists are hyper-capitalist, you're probably not looking at actual socialists. You're probably looking at internet influencers. Guys, there is not a single fucking internet influencer that claims they're a socialist that is an actual socialist. That's not who we're talking about. That's for show. That's a performance. That's entertainment. That's not real. This is the real deal. All the rest of that is fake. Well, that's what they're trying to do, Ed, so sit back and relax and learn. But that's what they're trying to do with everything. Capitalism creates a hierarchy, the bourgeois versus the proletariat, the have versus the have-nots, the oppressor versus the oppressed. Get rid of capitalism, you get rid of the hierarchy. This is what they think, it's not what I think. Racism creates a hierarchy, white people over all other people. Capitalism is what created racism, because capitalism created slavery. Slavery was the ownership of people as private property. Slavery created systemic racism. Systemic racism is the system that upholds racism. That system is capitalism. That is the hierarchy. So you abolish capitalism, you get rid of the hierarchy based on race. Capitalism created the patriarchy. The patriarchy created a hierarchy between men and women. Get rid of capitalism, you get rid of the hierarchy. Do you understand how this works? That's what they believe. Is it possible? That's not the point. The point is they believe it is, and everything they're doing is to advance this agenda. So is it possible? Probably not, bro. Probably not. But it doesn't matter because they believe it is, and they're winning. Yeah, he's not a socialist, bro. He's an entertainer.
Would be nice things if everyone had the right to when and how and why they did that, or if they did that. Yeah. So abolition of family, great idea. So I added
Abolition
a
of
little
the
bit of
family,
a
great
feminist side
idea.
here. You do not have to be me in order for us to fight alongside each other. I do not have to be you to recognize that our wars are the same. What we must do is commit ourselves to some future that can include each other and to work toward that future with the particular strengths of our individual identities. And in order to do this, we must allow each other our differences as we recognize our same.
Logan Lansing is saying that I created a cult obsessed with James. Logan Lansing wrote a whole book about queer theory in which he didn't mention capitalism once. Logan Lansing is pissed off that we figured out that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, and we called him out. Now he's saying, she created a cult obsessed with James! Ah! I just saw this on Twitter. I'm sorry.
Sameness. Beautiful. I like the
What
colors.
guys, we're gonna have so much good stuff to review on Monday. Like this is great. Let's keep them complaining all night long, shall we? Can everyone just start replying to all the lunatics that are replying to James? And like, can we keep this little fight going? Because this is great. I'm teaching socialism, they're freaking out and complaining. This is great.
Can't have capitalism without racism. So
Look, did I not just say 2 seconds ago? Did I not just say 2 seconds ago that if you abolish capitalism, you abolish racism? What is she saying now? You can't have capitalism without racism. See, Alice, welcome. Don't believe the hype. I'm actually the sane person in this one. They're all creating nonsense on the internet. Systemic racism means capitalism, guys. Institutional racism means capitalism.
yeah, essentially the worker state will treat as a most serious offense all racial discrimination, racial harassment, and all expressions of racist ideology. There will be militant anti-racist education. The destruction of capitalism will tear up the roots of racism, but he also emphasizes that this will take time as well, and a lot of effort on the society's part. He goes into a little bit of depth about why racism is connected to capitalism, that it's the specific product of the rise and development of the capitalist economic system, the slave trade.
Hang on. I need to read this. Racism is the specific product of the rise and development of the capitalist economic system! Am I the predictor of everything socialists are going to say ever, or what? What did I tell you guys earlier? The left believes capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, created racism when it created slavery. Slavery is the ownership of people as private property. Slavery created systemic racism. Systemic racism are the racial disparities and outcomes that are based on slavery. Systemic racism does not refer to your skin color. Every time they say whiteness, white supremacy, they are not referring to your skin color. They are referring to systemic racism. Systemic racism means the system that upholds capitalism. It's the system that they're referring to. That's why they're saying racism is the specific product of the rise and development of the capitalist economic system. Because the ownership of people as private property was the result of capitalism. Bro, we know you're lying. We've all been down this road before. You're flailing about in our chat. You're throwing a little temper tantrum because the reason you're throwing a temper tantrum is the cognitive dissonance. We've all been where you are. You need to lean into it and you need to calm down. And what you need to do is listen. I've been telling you this. If you keep spurging in my chat, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to put you in a timeout. What you need to do is let it wash over you and listen. Does anyone have questions about this? Does anyone have questions about why whiteness, white supremacy, and all of these terms does not refer to skin color? It refers to systemic racism, which is a specific reference to capitalism. This is why we say whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness is not about white people. Whiteness is about the system that upholds capitalism. Now, people on the dissident right have a different definition, and that's okay. People on the dissident right have a different definition and a different set of concerns around the erasure of white people and the genocide of white people, and I'm not commenting on that. That is a different set of concerns, though. They have concerns about demographic changes. We're not commenting on that, okay? We need to take that concern and put it over here because it's a different problem. So I'm not saying that the dissident right-wingers who are legitimately concerned about white people, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying it is a different problem. I'm not saying you're attacking people. I'm saying you're spurging in my chat. And the reason you're spurging is the cognitive dissonance. And we know this because all of us have been down this road before. We're trying to help you, bro. No, we don't. If we deal with Zionism, do we deal with the, no, you don't, because it's mutated off into a separate thing. Zionism, the influence of Israel on American politics, is a problem. It is a separate problem. Okay? It's a separate problem because these people don't like Jews. These people don't like Israel. It's a separate problem. I'm not commenting on the origins of it. I'm not like most of the people in the Frankfurt School were Jewish, but what we're dealing with is this is real world stuff. This is not the theoretical evolution of it. Okay? It's mutated. I'm not going to be one of those people saying this is the Jews, because I don't believe that. Most of these people hate the Jews. Most of these people hate Israel. It's just a fact. JW, Carlin, appreciate the presentation. Just found you ironically through someone going off about your comments about James. Hey, JW, welcome. JW, I'll teach you more about the left than James has ever taught anyone in his life. We appreciate everyone that's new that's found me because James is having a fucking temper tantrum. The reason James is having a temper tantrum is because I'm an infinitely better teacher than James is, and he can't fucking handle it. No, they're not. No, they're not. You just think they are. They're not, though. Bring receipts, bro. Bring receipts. No pinky swear. Trust me, bro. Bring me receipts. This is not true. I understand why you think this, but it's not true. It's a different problem. You need to accept that it is a different problem. I'm not saying the Zionist stuff isn't a problem. It's just a different problem. You are in my classroom right now. I'm not in your classroom. You're in my classroom. If you don't like the way I run my class, you can leave. Okay, I missed Lily's question. Where's Lily's question? Are you saying all housing would be built with the same and so no one gets to decide who has what? Yeah. Lily, you don't get to buy your house. You don't get to pick out your house. They allocate a house. We've already seen this. They said this earlier. Guys, don't ask Autumn, because Autumn is a socialist and Autumn lies to people all the time. If you're getting advice from Autumn at all, just keep in mind that Autumn lies to people all the time in this chat. We keep Autumn around because we bully her and it's kind of funny. But like, don't take anything Autumn says as the gospel truth. She lies all the time. I'm a psychologist. I have a PhD in psychology. Okay, let's keep going.
And reinforced by imperialism.
The origins of
Yes,
racism or the slave trade.
dehumanization. So seeing people of other
It's a great
races, basically creating race through white supremacy, allowed them to commit horrific crimes against people they considered to be less human. I think I just talked about working class divisions, so that's fine. All right, and learning almost done.
Oh, education.
Learning for the future. So schools under capitalism versus socialism. I feel like I'm taking a long time here. It's already 9:30. Okay, the role of schools under capitalism is to reproduce the class structure of society. The task of the workers' state would be to create an education system that fosters the desire to learn. Quite opposite of what we have now. I will skip that and that, not that important. What is true of education will also be true of culture generally. You could say that now, sort of, but in a negative way. Socialist education will equip everyone to take an active planning and administrative role. Of course, school will be the all-around development of the human personality. Exciting. Let's read this. To me, the classroom continues to be a place where paradise can be realized, a place of passion and possibility, a place where spirit matters, where all that we learn and know leads us to greater connection and greater understanding of life lived in community. Beautiful socialist idea, sort of. Yeah, I think she's a socialist feminist. Okay, we're getting there. Ultimate goal of socialism and of the struggle of working classes, freedom. So yeah, we want real freedom from hunger, poverty, war, oppression of race and sex. And this can only be done by establishing freedom of the working class to run society. I think, okay. Oh, this is important. The workers' state also places certain restrictions on the freedom of the work.
Hang on, let's see what JW has to say. I have a middle school principal friend who insists that because families are failing to inoculate good values in school instruction, they must include those values. Well, yeah, that's part of it. Also, remember, JW, these people, and I don't know if you were here for this section, but real socialists want to abolish the nuclear family because they believe that the nuclear family instills capitalist values in their kids and thus reproduces capitalism in society. And so that's another aspect of this. A lot of the things that are being taught in schools, critical race theory means anti-capitalist education. Gender ideology means anti-capitalist education. Anti-racism means anti-capitalist education. All of these things are anti-capitalist in nature. Ultimately, the root goal of all of these things is to teach people to abolish capitalism. Okay, you just joined a few minutes ago. I definitely recommend you this has been a really good stream for learning for new people. So if you just joined recently, definitely come back and catch the bulk of the stream for the most part if you have the opportunity to. If you don't, I do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. We actually watch a lot of socialism throughout the week as well. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. I know it's a little bit tricky because I do 5 p.m. during the week, 6 p.m. on Saturdays. But you're welcome to come back anytime. I have an extensive archive of thousands of trainings from real far left radicals. I have the biggest library of far left trainings of anyone in the world. I've been teaching this stuff for years. And so, and this is why James Lindsay is afraid of me, by the way. And so you're always welcome to come back. But that's part of why that socialists, and by the way, it is the radical revolutionary left that controls the K through 12 public schools. They control them top to bottom. This is why we need to abolish the schools. But the reason they're teaching all this stuff in schools, it's an anti-capitalist education because they believe the nuclear family intrinsically upholds and reproduces capitalism. And let me know if you have any questions about that. I'm always willing to answer questions.
Working class itself and the workers' state must be dismantled as well eventually. And the state cannot be dismantled until the international victory of socialism, total defeat of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, This is such a long presentation. And the abolition of the root of all exploitation and class divisions. The achievements, then you'll have the achievement of material abundance and goods only distributed according to need. Yes, there's a little bit about crime. It won't be happen because the need won't be there. And otherwise, you can deal with it with community involvement, collectives. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. It's over.
Bravo.
That's it.
That was great.
Did we finally get through the first presentation? We did. We did. 2.5 hours into our live stream, we got through the first 20-minute presentation. Hey, who wants to keep going? Who wants to keep going? Who wants to watch more socialism? We're gonna watch more socialism, guys. Because this is the presentation I actually want to watch the most. How to be a good comrade. Again, guys, for those who just joined, we are watching presentations from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. This is a far-left group that does want to violently overthrow the United States government. They're real. These are the people that were involved in the Chaz. These are the people who host Red May in Seattle every May, where they do all these socialist events all throughout Seattle. We're doing great. This is a banner night. I feel like this is a great fucking episode. Is everyone having a good time? See, what they don't tell you, Suzanne, is that watching socialism with me will become an addiction. This is why we call it a cult. We are all addicted to watching socialism because I am showing you the most dystopian stuff on the internet. I am showing you the stuff that no one else has ever showed you on the internet. Okay, you get the same from Libs at TikTok, you're banned. Goodbye, Peter. No, you don't. There is no reality in which you get the same from Libs at TikTok. Peter is not smart enough to be here, so Peter has been removed from our chat. And by the way, Peter's been causing problems for like days in the chat, which is why he got removed. Just so people know. It wasn't just a one warning. Peter's been causing problems for days. He's got multiple warnings. Bro, I know, right? Welcome to my dystopian world. Welcome to my dystopian world. It's not always women. There are men too. All right, guys, we are watching a presentation called Comrade Towards Revolutionary Belonging. Pop quiz for the chat. What does comrade mean? We hear them call each other comrade. What does comrade mean? Let me know. While liberals tout the notion of allies, revolutionaries embrace one another as comrades. In this way, we share a unique relationship to one another, unlike anything in society. What does it mean to be a comrade? What is the singular nature of this relationship? How does this differ from families, friends, lovers, colleagues, blah, da, 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 da. We are going to learn all about how to be... We once took a 3-part, 6-hour class on how to be a good comrade. I've been thinking about redoing that class. To be a good comrade means, well, it's more than an ally. It's more than an ally. It is to be a part of the collective. To be a good comrade means a socialist. Bro, I explained this to you earlier. It doesn't matter if they have no views on the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is not how they're coordinating. These people literally take over Seattle every single May. These people literally created the Chaz. They're not organizing via YouTube. You guys have got to fucking leave the internet. They organize in person. There are more people on the organizing calls where they are doing these presentations than watch their YouTube channel. Do you want to know why they don't watch their YouTube channel? Because they're on the fucking organizing calls. This is just a repository for content. If you are judging everything based on YouTube views because you are going through cognitive dissonance, and I keep telling you to shut the fuck up and stop making assumptions because you're going through a process of cognitive dissonance and you're trying to make excuses. You're in the bartering phase right now, by the way. You literally do go through the 5 stages of grief when you start watching my content. You're in the bartering phase. They don't have any views, so this must not be real, right? They don't have any views. This can't be real. They don't have any views. You're in the bartering stage. You're going through the 5 stages of grief. It doesn't matter if they have no views. This is not how they're organizing. This is just a repository of content. Comrade is greater than ally. To be a good comrade is to be a member of the party. Every city in this country has dedicated socialist bookstores. Seattle has more than one. Are you okay? You're getting put in a timeout again. Your ability to talk has been removed again. Sorry, bro. Your ability to talk has been removed. They're both crazy. They're both. I'm sorry. I know it's not the answer you want, but it's the answer I'm going to give you. They're both crazy. Oh, Jamery Mitchell. Yeah, okay. I care what Jamery Mitchell has to say. Because women aren't allowed to be groypers, but there are absolutely women that support the groypers. But there are no women groypers because women aren't allowed to be groypers. But there are absolutely women who support what they're doing. Anyway, we're going to get into this presentation. Let's learn how to be a good comrade. Oh, hey, wait. I got a Rumble rant, $20 Rumble rant from Yaya. Thank you, Yaya. Says, I love your channel, Carlin. Love your work. I've learned so much. I appreciate you, Yaya. Thank you for the $20. Guys, this puts me within $25 of my goal. If people would like to pay me for my time tonight and the aggravation that I've had to deal with on Twitter, thanks to James Lindsay, feel free to send in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat, $20 super chat, $100 super chat, $500 super chat if you feel really generous. Because I only get paid when you guys value my work. Please help keep me in business. I am 100% grassroots funded by people like you. If you have not yet mounted the like button, please consider doing so now. Let's get this party started.
Yes. All right. So thank you all for being here. This is a topic that's really near and dear to my heart. And I love that we're all here together to discuss comradeship and to practice comradeship in action, hopefully. And I was thinking about what I think Ben posted on social media saying that you can come get a big Zoom hug from your comrades at this event. And I love that so much. So I hope we can all just give each other a big Zoom hug through this discussion. And if you come away from this event feeling like you have had a Zoom hug, then that I feel like
you think so?
Success.
Do we think that she's, I mean, I'm not going to make any accusations out of school. She does look Jewish. Maybe she's not, though. We don't want to be mean. We don't want to make assumptions. You know what they say about people who make assumptions? It makes an ass out of you and me. Thank you, Jane, for the beer money. I appreciate you.
Okay,
yep, we love Jews here.
See if I can do this.
We all love Jewish people here.
Okay.
Jewish people are the best. They have the best food. They have bagels.
Really? Okay.
No one has ever created a more perfect bread than the bagel. I think we can all admit that.
Is it letting you?
It's giving me weird security and privacy settings. Uh-oh. Can I share it? Maybe I should share it with
Okay, try now.
Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do it again. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Okay. Oh, I don't want to open system preferences. Okay, I have an idea.
There are multiple commie bookstores in Austin.
Can I share it with you, Kendall?
And guys, if you ever want to have a good time or just do some recon for me, find the Radical Revolutionary Socialist bookstore in your city and just go visit it and just walk around. You don't need to interact with the socialists, but see if there's any literature or pamphlets or things that you can just pick up and go do recon and go get their literature and then take pictures of it and send it to me. You can come into my DMs on Twitter. That's the best way to get stuff to me. If you need to send me a lot of files, just coordinate with me on Twitter and we can do that. But if you ever feel so inclined, it's even just they'll have flyers up in their windows and things. Take pictures of them, send them to me. If you have time, I'm not asking anyone to go out of their way, but it's actually really fascinating to look at what they've got in those bookstores.
Yeah.
Okay.
You give me the link, I can.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to send it to you. And then, okay. So I just sent it to you.
Did you send it to me via Zoom or
I shared it with you, so you should have gotten a,
did I get an email?
yeah.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
Yeah, that's fine. So let me get into my email.
Oh, come on, socialists, get it together. Come on, socialists suck at technology. You get used to this.
You know
It
how to mute my-
sucks. Yep, so typical. Typical. It's all so tiring. The PSL is the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The PSL is actually running a presidential and vice presidential candidate right now. That's why I love you, Offensive Saint. Thank you.
Okay. I have it. Let me just hit the present button after it loads.
Exactly, Colin. It's a hug deferred right now. So you can, Kendall, can you be like my forward clicker person if this works?
Bot, if you want to spam something, go spam
Yay,
James
awesome.
Lindsay's comments. Go reply to James Lindsay's comments with this feed. You can spam there. Don't spam the chat. Go spam James Lindsay's replies.
Really awesome.
Oh shit, is that tonight? What time is that? I didn't know that was tonight. What time is it?
I think it's Steve's mic is giving some sort of feedback.
I would like to watch
Here, you
Nick
should
debate
be
the
able to
feminists. I
speak
would
now.
like to do that. I think that'd be
Oh.
funny as hell.
I should be able to mute people.
Yes, please. Someone can.
I'm not sure how to.
Okay, well, here's the deal. We're going to watch this comrade presentation, and I'm fastly losing my voice because I've been talking so much on this. But, like, let us know, like, if we're done, then yes, but we're going to get through this presentation. I'm sorry, like, we might watch Nick debate the feminists on Monday, or maybe I'll do a recap show tomorrow or something like that. No, we're not watching Nick instead of socialism. Socialism Saturday will be sacrosanct, but if we continue, this presentation is 28 minutes long, okay? We don't know when Nick is going live with the feminists. Nick is known to go live hours after he says he's going live. So we're going to get through this presentation, and if Nick hasn't gone live with the feminists yet, we will go live with that later, okay?
Okay, I did it.
Okay, yay. Okay, great. So, can you forward to the next slide?
Because I do want to watch that. I think it's going to be funny.
So,
Great job, bot.
the theory of the comrade that we're talking about is based on a book by Jody Dean called Comrade, an Essay on Political Belonging, which was published by Verso in 2019.
Verso is a socialist book publisher.
Go ahead, Kendall. Jody Dean is a political theorist and professor of political science, and she's also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Oh, the PSL! And look, a college
So
professor.
she comes from a different tradition than we come from slightly, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't
PSL is
have valuable
Stalinist.
ideas to offer still. Next slide. Steve, can you mute, please? Thank you. So the etymology of the word comrade was first used in the 16th century to describe someone who
Camaradia.
shares a room with another. In Spanish, camarada is someone who is so close to another man that he eats and sleeps in the same house with him. It comes from the Latin word camera, meaning a room, vault, or chamber. A chamber is a room,
Good for
or
Nick
a
if
room
that
is a repeated
happens.
structure that takes its form
Good
by
for him,
producing
he's earned
supported
it.
cover for those underneath it. Sharing a room, sharing a space, generates a closeness, an intensity of feeling, and expectation of solidarity that differentiates those on one side from those on the other. Comradeship is a political relation of supported cover. Next slide. So what is a comrade? For Jody Dean, a comrade is a mode of address, so to address one another as comrade, a carrier of expectations, i.e. what we expect from one another as comrades, and a figure of belonging in the communist and social traditions.
So I just want to point this out. Reagan, that's okay. Don't worry about it. You've done a lot of work today. So we took like a 3-part class on being a good comrade like a couple of years ago. And one of the things we learned in that class is if you don't adhere to certain expectations, you will very literally get the title of comrade like removed from you. You will get removed as having the status of a comrade. So it's not just that they call each other comrade. There is a list of like expectations of what they call comradely behavior. And if you don't engage in comradely behavior, then you will get removed as a comrade.
The comrade is a generic figure for a political relation between those on the same side of a political struggle. Comrades are those who tie themselves together instrumentally.
Hang on. Is this in the same sense as how they use the N-word, as how the N-word sometimes is used? Like is the N-word being used as like a term of camaraderie? Kind of. Like it's like how you're using like bitch please, like you're using bitch as like a positive thing, or you're using the N-word as like a signatory of like camaraderie a little bit, but like the expectations are higher. It's not just a term that you're using to say, you know, like we're friends or whatever. It's not like a term of endearment. There is actually like a set of expectations of here is what it means to be a good comrade, and if you are not doing these things, you will no longer be a comrade. Yeah, they can kick people. They've done it. They can kick people out of the party. Like basically, like so with like a lot of these groups, they will kick you out. They will excommunicate you from the group.
For a common purpose. If we want
then
to win,
do it
we
in the
must act
replies
together.
bot. Focus on the replies. Do it in the replies.
Comrades are those on the same side of political struggles, or they're those that you can count on, and they're in it for the long fight. They're acting voluntarily, though not always of their own choosing. They are able to rely on each other, even when they don't like one another, or even when they disagree with each other, and they are accountable to one another. And then Jody Dean talks a lot about comrades in the context of parties, which doesn't just connote political parties, but any kind of, you know, a political home in a sense. She says some reject parties as authoritarian, as outmoded, as ill-fitting a society of networks. This rejection of the party as a form for left politics is a mistake. It ignores the effects of association on those engaged in common struggle. It fails to learn from the everyday experiences of generations of activists, organizers, and revolutionaries. Rejection of the party form has been left dogmatism for the last 30 years and has gotten us nowhere. So Jody Dean's obviously a big fan of the party. And she draws a lot on the ideas from the Communist Party in the US to illustrate a lot of the ideas about comradeship, but she importantly notes that a lot of those ideas could be applied anywhere that political engagement happens.
We don't like Communist Party USA. They're losers that aren't doing anything. We don't really cover them. Not to be confused with all the other
comradeship
communist
redefines
parties.
work. The comrade relation remakes the place from which one sees what it is possible to see and what possibilities.
That's interesting. Comradeship redefines work. I hadn't thought about that before.
here. It enables the reevaluation of work and time, what one does and for whom one does it.
Oh,
Is one's work done?
okay. What they're saying is that in the future socialist utopia, they need to get people to like voluntarily do work because they're not going to pay them with money and stuff. They're going to pay them with food and stuff. But like, in order to be a good comrade is someone that shows up and does the work. Have you heard them say this with the fist? They say, do the work, do the work, do the work. Comradeship redefines work because it's showing up to do the work of supporting the revolution for the sheer intrinsic value of doing the work to support the revolution. Do people understand that? Like Che Guevara. Yes, we watched documentaries about Che Guevara just the other day. Exactly. Che Guevara showed up and he did the work, and that's why Che Guevara is so loved by the far left. That's why his face is on t-shirts to this day. Does everyone understand that? To be a good comrade is to show up and do the work. This is why they always chanted this. Do the work. Do the work. Nope. No, Kamala Harris is not a communist. You need to stop listening to anyone who tells you Kamala Harris is a communist. She's not. Kamala Harris has denounced the communists. Kamala Harris has told the communists to fuck off at her rally. The real communists and socialists hate Kamala Harris. They protest her. They're not going to vote for her. Kamala Harris is not a communist. Please, JW, stop listening to people who tell you otherwise. Because they're lying to you for political points, bro. It's just a political narrative. It's not real. The real communists are so much worse than Kamala Harris, it will make your head spin. Nope. She's not any of those things. She is an opportunist progressive. She is not a communist. She is not a socialist. She is not a Marxist. All of that is conservative bullshit propaganda. I'm really sorry for the people who've lied to you. I'm really, really sorry, bro. But I promise you, if you keep coming back, you will see this clearly in the content that I'm going to show you. The real socialists, the real Marxists, the real communists hate Kamala Harris. They hate her. They're not voting for her. It's not real. That's conservative bullshit propaganda. But I understand why you think that, but we're gonna unlearn you from that.
People or for the bosses? Is it voluntary or done because one has to work? Does one work for personal provisions or for the collective good? One wants to do political work. You don't want to let down your comrades. You see the value of your work through their eyes, your new collective eyes. Work determined not by markets, but by shared commitments becomes fulfilling. And then next slide. Comradeship also reclaims our sense of common time. Bernard Asp sees the problem of capitalism as a problem of the loss of common time. We lose our sense of time as shared enjoyment and collective being together, like getting a Zoom hug. From holidays to meals to breaks, whatever common tie we have is synchronized and enclosed in forms of capitalist appropriation. In contrast, comradeship allows us to break from capitalism's 24/7 injunctions to produce and consume for the bosses and owners. Comradeship is egalitarian and horizontal. The figure of the comrade disrupts capitalist society's hierarchical identifications of sex, race, and class. It insists on the equalizing sameness of those on the same side of political struggle and renders that.
Hang on. The figure of the comrade disrupts capitalist society's hierarchical identifications of sex, race, and class. What have we been talking about? Capitalism creates hierarchies. The haves versus the have-nots, the bourgeois versus the proletariat, the oppressors versus the oppressed. It creates hierarchies based on race because systemic racism put the private property owners above the private property that was owned. Systemic racism is always a reference to the system that upholds racism. That system is capitalism. It created a hierarchy. Capitalism created the patriarchy, identifications based on sex. It put men above women. Men had access to the workplace, all the money and all the power. Women had access to the home where they did the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of future proletarian workers. It created a hierarchy. They believe that when they abolish capitalism, they will flatten the hierarchy. To be a good comrade is to do the work. Look, they all have their fists in the air in that picture. Do the work of abolishing capitalism in order to disrupt capitalist society's hierarchical identifications of sex, race, and class. Does everyone understand this? Yes. Doing the work means participating in the revolution against capitalism. It means participating in, they call it the struggle against capitalism. This is why, by the way, Queers for Palestine is a thing. Queers for Palestine just means queer people are trying to abolish capitalism. As we learned earlier, queer liberation necessitates the annihilation of capitalism. They believe the Palestinians are in a glorious uprising against the capitalist settler colonist that is Israel. Therefore, the Palestinians and the queers are in the same struggle against capitalism. That's why Queers for Palestine is a thing. They believe they're in solidarity or comradeship with everyone struggling against capitalism. Does everyone understand? Words are extremely important to them, but what you also need to understand is we are learning their language. The reason I'm going so slow and I'm breaking everything down is we are learning to speak their language. They speak a different language than us. They use the same words as us. They do not use the same definitions as us. We are learning how to speak their language. They are not going to vote for them. Communists and socialists and Marxists do not participate in the electoral system. They denounce it all the time. Who do you think was protesting outside the DNC? This is something that conservatives need to have beaten into their heads. The real communists, the real Marxists, the real socialists were protesting the DNC. They were protesting Kamala Harris. They have done entire presentations. Just go to YouTube and look up the lesser of two evilisms. You're going to find presentation after presentation after presentation of socialist groups saying we're not voting for fucking Kamala Harris. Fuck her. We don't think we're going to get our way through electoral means anyway. Real revolutionary socialists do not believe they will achieve their goals through the electoral process. They are not voting for Kamala Harris. They do not like her. Kamala Harris is not a communist. This is conservative bullshit propaganda. And by the way, every single time that a conservative pundit tells people that Kamala Harris is a communist, they are running cover for the real communists, the real socialists, the real Marxists, who are allowed to operate completely unopposed. The real far left is operating completely unopposed because conservative influencers and pundits are lying to their audiences about who the far left actually is. Every time you guys say Kamala Harris is a communist, you are allowing these people to win. I cannot emphasize this enough. You have got to stop saying this. They are not voting for her. They've told us 19 ways from Sunday they're not voting for her. That is conservative bullshit propaganda that's running cover for the real far left. Real socialists do not consider conservatives to be a threat. Do you want to know why? Because you guys don't know what the fuck is going on. And they know that. They consider the Democratic Party to be a greater threat to what they want than they consider the Republican Party to be. We know this because we've heard them say it over and over and over again. And the reason they don't consider you guys to be a threat is you don't even know who they are. You don't even talk about them because you're so focused on Kamala Harris is a communist, Kamala Harris is a communist, Kamala Harris is a communist. She's not a communist. They know that, but you don't know that. The RPC. What is the RPC? The revolution? Are you talking about the Revolutionary Communist Party of America? I've covered them extensively. I've been one of the only people covering the Revolutionary Communist Party of America since they started.
That equalizing sameness productive of new modes of work and belonging. And Jody Dean talks a lot about comrades, the figure of the comrade as a utopian.
Oh, the RevComs? I haven't really engaged with the RevComs because I haven't really seen the RevComs show up on the radars of the real far left. It's not to say they're always kind of like milling about, but they don't really do anything. We should probably dig into the RevComs at some point, but like I've never really seen them get respect from actual socialists, so I haven't really covered them. I know who they are. I've kind of looked at their content, but we should probably cover them at some point. So welcome to the channel. Yeah, so I've covered the Revolutionary Communists of America extensively. I've covered the Party for Socialism and Liberation extensively. A lot of socialists are not even involved in political parties. I cover their collectivist groups. The RevComs is one that I haven't covered that much because I just don't see them as influential. The American Communist Party is kind of like a social media joke. The Communist Party USA is not relevant at all, really. They're just not relevant. They don't do anything. So I cover all the major. There are other far left groups too. I try to cover as many of like the relevant ones as I can. But if you stick around, you'll learn a lot. Welcome.
Figure, but she's using it in a very particular sense, in the sense that Kathy Weeks writes about. So Kathy Weeks says one function is to alter her notion of utopian longings. One function is to alter our connection to the present, while the other is to shift our relationship to the future. One is productive of estrangement, the other of hope.
We probably should just suck it up and cover the RevComs. Okay, here's my commitment. I will cover the RevComs at some point this week. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. At some point this week, we will watch the RevComs. I've been putting it off. I just haven't engaged with it. But at some point this week, we'll cover the RevComs. Yeah, we spent a couple of days this week covering Antifa. James Lindsay thinks all my streams are about him. No, I actually spent several hours this week covering Antifa. It's what I actually did. We'll cover the RevComs sometime this week. Nope, 5 p.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern. Saturdays at 6 p.m. Eastern.
The power of the comrade is in how it negates old relations and promises new ones. The promise itself ushers them in, welcoming the new comrade into relations irreducible in their broader setting.
Hang on. No, guys, you're always welcome, especially new people. I love it when new people ask me questions. I know it disrupts the presentation, but that's okay. Forgive me. So the real threat is Marxism, communism, socialism, the ideology. No, yes, that's correct. Yeah. Correct. Okay, so liberals, progressives, Democrats, they're not socialists. Like, these guys denounce them all the time. You'll hear them, they call them neoliberals. They're not the real threat. What it is so the radical revolutionary socialists are the ones pushing the most extreme policies. What happens is occasionally, their extreme policies trickle down into the progressives and the Democrats and the liberals, and occasionally Democrats and progressives will advance extremely watered down versions of their policies. But these people are never happy with the watered down versions of the policies that they get because they're extremely watered down. So when you look at like the Green New Deal, these people fucking hate the Green New Deal. They're like, this is bullshit. We're not getting anything of what we want. Joe Biden refused to meet with these people. Kamala Harris will not meet with these people. AOC will not meet with these people. So it's like when you're looking at progressives and Democrats and like liberals, it's like, here is the real problem up here. Everything else is trickled down from that. DEI training in organizations is like 5 steps removed from the actual problem. It's just trickled down. So if you solve DEI, if you fix DEI, the real problem is still there. You didn't get the root of the problem. DEI is a symptom of the problem. It's not the root of the problem. Does that make sense? We are at the core of the problem. We are at the tip of the spear in terms of the problem. Everything else comes from this.
And Jody Dean has a concept of survivors and systems. She says, about survivors on one end of the spectrum, that late capitalism reduces us to survivors, those with nothing left to cling to but their identities, often identities forged through struggle and attached to the pain and trauma of these struggles. And then on the other end of the spectrum are systems, which are post-humanist concerns with geology, extinction, algorithms, hyperobjects, biosystems, planetary exhaustion, operating on a scale so vast, so complex that we can scarcely conceive of them, let alone affect them. So comradeship is an alternative to both of these preoccupations and to the neoliberal attachments to identity and allyship associated with them. Neoliberalism displaces politics, emphasizing individual.
Hang on. So for JW, neoliberalism is what you're talking about. Neoliberalism is what they call Democrats and progressives and liberals, okay? So they're going to tell you, she's going to tell you exactly now what she thinks of Democrats and progressives. They just call them something else.
Self-cultivation, self-management, self-reliance, self-absorption. Neoliberalism's displacement of politics manifests in the opposition between survivors and systems. The former struggles to persist in conditions of unlivability rather than try to seize and transform these conditions. The latter are—
So what she just said is, I want to make sure everyone understands. What she just said is, neoliberals just want to reform the current system. They want to capitulate to the current system. They want to reinforce capitalism. They don't want to revolutionize the system. They don't want to overthrow the system. These people, real socialist, Marxist, communists, want to overthrow the system. They don't like Democrats and progressives and liberals because they believe that fundamentally they want to stay beholden to capitalism. And yes, I do know you're a Daily Wire follower. I do. It's okay. We're going to break you of that habit. It's going to be fine, JW. You're home, bro. You're home. We're going to show you the real shit. Okay, listen again.
Liberalism displaces politics, emphasizing individualized self-cultivation.
Anything that emphasizes anything individualized, individualism upholds capitalism. Self upholds capitalism. You cannot have capitalism without having individualism. These are collectivists. Again.
Neoliberalism displaces politics, emphasizing individualized self-cultivation, self-management, self-reliance, self-absorption. Neoliberalism's displacement of politics manifests in the opposition between survivors and systems. The former struggles to persist in conditions of unlivability rather than try to seize and transform.
Conditions of unlivability means capitalism.
These conditions. The latter are systems and objects determining us, things to view and diagram and predict and perhaps mourn, but not to affect. The fight to survive is the key feature of an identity imagined as dignified and heroic because it has to produce itself by itself. And alongside that comes the concept of allyship.
So ally is the gateway drug to comrade. You can't go in and do DEI trainings and call everyone comrade, right? That's going to raise a few eyebrows. Ally is the gateway to comrade. They don't like ally, but this is like, again, I told you this was trickle down, right? DEI is like 5 steps removed from actual socialism. It's trickle down. She's going to talk to you about how she doesn't like the term ally. Ally is what's done through DEI training, 5 steps removed from the core issue. Does everyone understand? Aha!
In contrast to our concept of comradeship. So allyship is based on identity. It includes and excludes on that basis of identity. It's a solitary process. You'll often hear people say that, you know, it's not my job to educate you. You need to go figure it out for yourself. Go Google it. Like, if you don't know, that's not my burden to figure it out for you. So
I've never heard them talk about this before. This is funny. Do you guys know how all of these social justice warriors will say, it's not my job to educate you? Real socialists wouldn't do that. This is funny. I've never thought about this before. Real socialists wouldn't do that because real socialists exist in a collective unit. They believe it is their job to educate you. It's their job to help you. It's their, everyone belongs to everyone else. Everyone cares for everyone else. That's part of the basis of what it is. Ally still keeps people as individuals. It's not my job to educate you. It's your job to do it. I've never heard it described like this before, but this is true. Again?
On that basis of identity. It's a solitary process. You'll often hear people say that, you know, it's not my job to educate you. You need to go figure it out for yourself. Go Google it. Like, if you don't know, that's not my burden to figure it out for you. So it's a very solitary process. It's usually didactic and instructional. It focuses on these sort of how-tos and do's and don'ts, like a mini lifestyle manual with techniques for navigating the neoliberal environment of privilege and oppression. So what to say and not to say as an ally.
Look at this.
How to be a good ally.
Hang on. The neoliberal environment. Look at this. Ally is compatible with capitalism. It doesn't challenge the system of oppression, but rather offers primers for how to skillfully navigate privilege and oppression while the underlying systems remain unchanged. Holy shit! You guys understand, right? This is basically real socialists saying DEI training doesn't actually change anything because Ally comes out of DEI training. This is why I don't usually cover DEI training anymore. I used to cover DEI training all the time. But like DEI training is so, like, it's so boring once you watch real socialism. It's like pulling teeth to watch it. It's like, She's actually saying that allyship, which is advanced through DEI training, keeps people too close to capitalism. That's I had never I've always thought about Ally as being a gateway drug for communism, but I was wrong. See, you know what? I just spilled beer on my desk. That's okay. That's all right. No desks were harmed in the spilling of that beer. Let's get a paper towel. I've always thought about Ally as a gateway drug for Comrade. Because it just made sense to me. It was like the first step. I thought the DEI was introducing like a low-level delivery mechanism for Marxism. I've talked about, listen, I can take in new information and admit when I'm wrong. And I think everyone should learn this skill. If I am wrong about something and I get delivered information that says, maybe you weren't right about this, I'll be like, okay. And I'll assimilate that information. I'll say, you know what? I was fucking wrong. I've never heard them talk about DEI and allyship in relation to capitalism before. So this is crazy. Well, yeah, but like, here's the thing. And this is why, like, I don't even bother with DEI training, because again, the real problem is up here. DEI training is like bing, 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 bing. It's several steps removed, okay? If DEI training is eliminated, if DEI training is abandoned, that does nothing for the real problem. It does nothing. It does nothing. DEI training is like a symptom. DEI training is like you have a cold or you have the flu and you get a cough. If you get rid of the cough, you still have the cold. You didn't get rid of the cold. You just took some cough syrup. Okay? This is crazy. I need to listen to this again.
Etc.
Hang on, I'm just going to go back. I need to listen to this again. I apologize, guys. I want to start at the beginning of the slide.
And alongside that comes the concept of allyship, in contrast to our concept of comradeship. So allyship is based on identity. It includes and excludes on that basis of identity. It's a solitary process. You'll often hear people say that, you know, it's not my job to educate you. You need to go figure it out for yourself. Go Google it. Like, if you don't know, that's not my burden to figure it out for you. So it's a very solitary process. It's usually didactic and instructional. It focuses on these sort of how-tos and do's and don'ts, like a mini lifestyle manual with techniques for navigating the neoliberal environment of privilege and oppression. So what to say and not to say as an ally, how to be a good ally, etc. Emphasizes changing oneself rather than the world. And it requires no political framework. And most importantly, it's compatible with capitalism. It doesn't challenge systems of oppression, but rather offers primers for how to skillfully navigate privilege and oppression while the underlying systems remain unchanged.
Wow.
And in that way, allyship falls short.
Allyship falls short of being a comrade.
Allyship is a disposition, a confrontation, not with the state or capitalist power, but with one's own discomfort. To become an ally is to work to cultivate in oneself proper.
Oh my God. Allyship is a disposition, a confrontation, not with the state or with capitalist power, but with one's own discomfort. To become an ally is to work to cultivate in oneself the proper habits of listening, to decenter oneself to the aside and become aware of the lives and experiences of others. It's an interior act, an act of the self. It is not, what they're saying is, this is not an act of assimilating to the collective. This is not an act of becoming a comrade. This is an act of making yourself more comfortable within your environment. Yo, this is an aha moment for me. See, you think you know everything and then you get presented more information.
Habits of listening, to decenter oneself to the aside and become aware of the lives and experiences of others. It's an interior act, an act of the self on the self.
Hang on, I got a super chat from Rottweiler. It's like an analogy. Your wallpaper is falling off, water is boiling, and it's hot. What do you take care of first? None of the house is burning. Same with DEI and bridge in relation to socialism. I think that's really, that's correct, Rottweiler. Thank you. Do we not quite... No. Real revolutionary socialists do not like Mao. This is not Maoism with American characteristics. This is conservative propaganda. This is anything to do with China is conservative propaganda. These are Leninists. They are not Maoists. They specifically denounce Maoism. We watched a presentation 2 weeks ago where they explicitly denounced Maoism. So if you want to talk about China, that is not related to this. That is not related to radical revolutionary socialists in America because they explicitly denounce it. Explicitly. This is conflating problems. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And I understand, Jeffrey, why you think it does. I really do. I understand why you think it does because this is a line that has been shilled by conservative propagandists. I mean, they generally believe that Trotsky should have been the proper inheritor of Leninism. They believe that Stalin fucked everything up and that Trotsky should have basically inherited the realm. Yeah, real socialists think China's capitalist, bro. And it is. But that's a different problem for another day.
One's politics may be entirely in one's head. The process of educating oneself is isolating, individuating. Learning is modeled as consuming information, not as discussion, coming to a common understanding or studying the text and documents of a political tradition. It's up to the individual to figure it out on their own. So it's in contrast to what we're doing at this very moment right now, where we are engaging in discussion together on a topic and exploring it and learning alongside one another. We need to relearn how to build comradeship and solidarity instead of doing capital's work for it by condemning and abusing each other. I've got an image of a sort of social media warrior there, tapping away, doing that work of capital for it. Where the ally is hierarchical, specific, and acquiescent, the comrade is egalitarian, generic, and utopian. The egalitarian and generic dimensions of the comrade are what make it utopian, what enable the relation between comrades to cut through the determinations of the everyday, which is another way of saying capitalist social relations. And then Jody Dean talks quite a bit about the idea of the comrade as a generic concept. Comrades don't connote a race or ethnicity.
Hang on. Okay, so we're gonna get into this. Is actually important. Remember, they don't actually care about race. This is a great presentation. Hey, Mizakan, missed most of the stream. My connection isn't stable while I was raking leaves. Appreciate you, Mizakan. Appreciate the super chat, guys. I am within $11 of reaching my super chat goal. If you appreciate this epic marathon stream tonight where I'm literally losing my voice. I'm literally losing my voice because I'm teaching you everything I know and breaking all this stuff down. Please feel free to donate a super chat or two to help me cross my goal. I would really appreciate it. Look at this. Comrade doesn't connote a race or ethnicity. Comrade is this is what they're telling us what they want society to be. Hang on. This slide is important. They're telling us what they want society to be. They want society to be run by the comrades. To be a comrade is to be a good participant in the socialist utopia. Alex! Always in for the properly amounted super chat. For the correctly amounted super chat. Thank you, Alex. So they are telling us comrade doesn't connote a race or ethnicity. This is telling us they don't hate white people, guys. Comrade is gender neutral. They want everyone to be gender neutral. Comrade is necessarily plural. They want everyone to care about everyone else. Comrade is more about the other than the self. Comradeship requires the dissolution of attachment to self-sufficiency, hierarchy, and individual uniqueness. Holy shit! This is like the best slide that's ever been created. The figure of the comrade operates as an ego ideal, the perspective of comrades take when they see themselves acting politically. Comradeship demands the elimination of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and all other forms of oppression intrinsic to what? Intrinsic to capitalism. Yeah, suddenly you understand why everyone's using they, them pronouns, don't you, Les Scott? Suddenly you understand, that's right. They, them is non-binary. Non-binary means no binary. They're literally telling us capitalism created racism, it created sexism, it created homophobia, it created transphobia, it created ableism. Capitalism creates all form of oppressions. Does everyone understand what we're seeing on this slide? Comradeship provides a brief respite from those forms of oppression. Comradeship must be practiced not just in party work, but in everyday life. Being a good comrade is your entire way of life. Does everyone understand this? Yes. So like we talked earlier, not the destruction of the self, but the destruction of the I. Yes. When I say capitalism means private property ownership, I list a number of things. Your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own an apartment rental, your ability to own a private business, your parental rights. But in reference to this, your individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property under capitalism. Your individualism is considered to be a form of private property under capitalism. That's what they're telling you here. They're telling you you need to get rid of self-sufficiency. You need to get rid of individual uniqueness. In order to be a good comrade is to assimilate to the collective. It is to let go of who you are in subjugation to what the collective wants you to be. Does everyone understand why the real far left is so much worse than what conservative influencers tell you it is? Does everyone understand why I scream and scream and scream about James Lindsay lying to people because he does not teach this? It's so much worse than anything James Lindsay has ever taught people, and he doesn't know that because he is not listening. All he's doing is smearing me on Twitter. Does everyone understand why I keep screaming about this? It is not because I'm psychotic. It's not because I have a personality disorder. It's because this is fucking serious. Is anyone going through some cognitive dissonance right now? Is anyone's mind blown? Let us know if you are. We've all been there before. Many of us have been there before. My 82-year-old mom got it in one viewing with you. Hey, thank you for sharing it with your 82-year-old mom. Shout out to mom. Shout out to mom. There's only been glosses of this in James Lindsay's work talking about the origins of the ideology. He ends up vanishing into Hegel. This is exactly the point. This is why we have been screaming about him. I don't have some weird sexual violent fantasy obsession with him. He has been lying to people because James knows all this and he refuses to tell people. This is why we've been screaming about this. James can have whatever fantasies about me wanting him all he wants. This is actually the fucking problem. Blew your mind? Excellent. James isn't telling anyone about this. And this is why he's having a hissy fit over on Twitter, because he knows I'm a better fucking teacher than he is. You're having cognitive dissonance. JW, listen, again, if you are having cognitive dissonance, I can't emphasize this enough. You literally go through the 5 stages of grief when you find my content, bro. I've seen this happen time and time again. You go through the 5 stages of grief. This is part of the process. You got to let it wash over you. This sucks, but we're here for you, bro. We're gonna get you through this. James does vanish into the philosophers and other tangents to the point where he's hard to follow. This is why he's afraid of me. I'm not hard to follow. I'm glad you made it here too. James insists that all of this is a Gnostic cult when it is not. It is actually very simple. James is not helping. James is being obstructionist. This is why I scream about James and all the ways he is lying to people. Typical James nonsense, Gnostic blah, Hegel blah, dialectic blah, Mao blah, Gramsci blah, BS, 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 BS. It took me a while to learn all this. Carlin's a great teacher. Thank you, Reagan. I appreciate you. James is running cover for the literal socialists by covering for them. Maybe more cognitive restructuring rather than dissonance you're using. Well, yeah. Yeah, I've been doing this for years. But welcome. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad everyone new found me tonight that found me through James's hissy fit online. And you guys are getting a real good show tonight. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of this slide, and we're just going to listen, okay? This slide is so revealing, though. I need everyone to pay attention. Is everyone locked in?
And then Jody Dean talks quite a bit about the idea of the comrade as a generic concept. Comrades don't connote a race or ethnicity. They're gender neutral. The comrade is necessarily plural. It's more about the other than the self. Comradeship requires the dissolution of attachments to self-sufficiency, hierarchy, and individual uniqueness. The figure of the comrade operates as an ego ideal, the perspective comrades take when they see themselves acting politically. So in that sense of it being a figure, it's almost symbolic in that we see ourselves in the figure of the comrade. Comradeship demands the elimination of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and all forms of oppression intrinsic to capitalism. Comradeship provides a brief respite from these forms of oppression. Comradeship must be practiced not just in party work, but in everyday life.
I was kind of hoping she'd go into it more, but okay.
And then this is a very poignant quote from Frank Walderson talking about being in the Soviet Union in the 70s and having a Russian man come up to him and take his hand and hold his hand. He says, I had an urge to say, I'm a linebacker, I'm not a homosexual. Then I looked into the man's eyes and realized that this was not a come on. It was simply a profound gesture of camaraderie. And I wanted to weep. For at that moment, as that man who was willing to weave his few words of English into my few words of Russian.
So this is actually important. I had an urge to say, I'm not a linebacker. I'm a linebacker, not a homosexual. And then I looked into the man's eyes and realized that this was not a come on. It was simply a profound gesture of camaraderie. So guys, what this means is, everyone who has convinced you that the left is all about identity politics, identity politics, identity politics, identity politics, whether or not someone is gay or a woman or black or white or any of these things, the real far left doesn't ascribe to that. That might be the Democrats, that might be the progressives, that might be what they call the neoliberals. I'm not making a comment on that. But the real far left, the people who are driving the agenda, They do not ascribe to identity politics because, in relation to the last slide, they want to abolish all those categories. They want you to be comrade. They don't want you to be gay or straight. They want you to be comrade. They don't want you to be black and white. They don't care about that. They want you to be comrade. They argue in the more advanced literature for the complete abolition of all categories. That means sameness. That means everyone's the same. Does everyone understand this? This is hard to wrap your head around because of all the propaganda flying around. But in terms of the people who are really driving the far left agenda, they don't want to engage in identity politics. They want the exact opposite of identity politics, which is the abolition of all categories. The abolition of every category. As long as there are categories, there will be hierarchy. If they abolish all categories, they abolish all hierarchy. Does everyone make sense? Does that make sense to everyone? Does everyone understand?
And I ascended the stairs to the cinema. I thought of the wretched children at Kenwood Grammar School who 11 years before had chosen to hold up recess until hell froze over rather than form a line where one of them would have to hold my hand. If communism will cleanse my hands, I had thought, then I am a communist. Comrades were those not only courageous enough to practice a mode of belonging deeply at odds with the prevailing culture, but dedicated enough to recognize how personal relations help produce political power. Comradeship often arises when there's nothing left to lose. So Jody Dean talks quite a bit about the ways in which comradeship arises out of moments of desperation and extreme destitution, abject poverty. It's from the position of this communist future that the destitution of the remaindered others manifests as comradeship. From the perspective of communism, desolation isn't the end. It's an opening to something we couldn't grasp before, the presence of the thing that exists when all is lost, comradeship. The comrade is the zero level of communism because it designates the relation between those on the same side of the struggle to produce free, just, and equal social relations, relations without exploitation. Their relation is political, divisive, and it is intimate, intertwined with the sense of how desperately each depends upon the other, if all are to persevere. And then Jody Dean's got 4 theses on the comrade, which we'll briefly touch on each one. Her first thesis is that comrade names a relation characterized by sameness, equality, and solidarity. For communists, this sameness, equality, and solidarity is utopian, cutting through the determinations of capitalist society. Comrade relations are
Hang on. Super chat from Naruto. I used to really like the Blaze, but after years of watching you, I'm like, lie, narrative pushing, lie, more narrative, more lies. Guys, conservatives push just as many narratives as the left does, just as many. Hey, I'm $2 away from my super chat goal if you guys want to help out. Let me just go back and start this slide again from scratch.
Her first thesis is that comrade names a relation characterized by sameness, equality, and solidarity.
Yo!
For communists, this sameness...
Yo! Comrade names a relation characterized by sameness. Do you know why I started saying that equity meant sameness? It's because we watched The Giver, which is based on the movie, or the book rather. We watched the movie The Giver for movie night in my community. Hey, thank you for the $3. Thank you. And in The Giver, they talk about sameness. If you want to know what a communist society looks like, watch The Giver. Honestly, that's what it's going to look like. I have never, ever heard communists say that this is about sameness. This is the first time that I've heard them actually say this is about sameness. I was right. Has anyone ever been so vindicated? Has anyone ever been so goated? Besides Nick Fuentes, of course. Has anyone ever been so vindicated other than me and Nick Fuentes? I was right. Bring in the $2 super chats. I was right. Every time I'm right about something and you're wrong, you owe me $2. It's an honor system. You don't actually have to do it. Hang on, though. I need to take a picture of this slide. Holy shit.
Her first thesis is that Comrade names a relation characterized by sameness, equality, and solidarity. For communists, this sameness, equality, and solidarity is utopian, cutting through the determinations of capitalist society. Comrade relations are relations of a new type, relations that disrupt the confines of the family,
fucking hell. Sameness cuts through the determinations of the capitalist society. Like, are you fucking shitting me? I'm sorry. I just need to enjoy this moment. I love enjoying when I'm right.
Her first thesis is that Comrade names a relation characterized by sameness, equality, and solidarity. For communists, this sameness, equality, and solidarity is utopian, cutting through the determinations of capitalist society. Comrade relations are relations of a new type, relations that disrupt the confines of the family, heteropatriarchy, and binary gender.
Binary gender! Look at that! But comrade relations are the new type of relation that disrupt the confines of the family, heteropatriarchy, and binary gender. How many times have I said that their goal is to abolish the gender binary? They are literally telling you right now they want to abolish binary gender. Who's ever been so vindicated? Who's ever been so goated? James Lindsay dropped this. I got you, Jimmy. Yo! Alex! You guys, if you're new, you're really seeing a banner presentation tonight. This is great.
Side of a struggle for an emancipated, egalitarian world. The second thesis is that anyone, but not everyone, can be a comrade.
Oh God, this has a lot of words on it. Maybe this needs to be quoted in a tweet. Maybe it should be quoted in several tweets. Renan, thank you for the super chat. Hey, for anyone that's new, what are your thoughts so far? Listen, I really want this thoughts. If you're new to me, if you're new to the channel, especially if this is your first Socialism Saturday, let us know your thoughts. Identity has nothing to do with comradeship. Rather, it's about work, the work of building socialism. So comradeship is about the work of building socialism. Comradeship is collective, not individual. Comradeship is not local. Oh, here's abolish the family. Comradeship is not based on kinship, not mediated by the passing on of privilege or property. One of the reasons they want to abolish the biological nuclear family is because inherited wealth is a problem for them. When you pass your inherited wealth from father to son, you're passing private property down through the generations. That allows some families to accumulate more private property than others. That's what they're talking about there. They want all resources available to everyone, and as long as you have inherited wealth, that means that inherited wealth is privatized rather than being part of the collective. Yes! I'm incredibly glad I joined and gave up on James for good, because James is a lying shill of the conservative right. Welcome. Welcome to my cult. Well, where we only deal in primary source evidence, and people are going to call you a cult member, and you pay them no mind because they're just jealous they can't do this shit. It's been eye-opening for you too. Welcome, all-seeing guy. Families are stuck with each other, but comrades need each other, different than relations between neighbors, lovers, colleagues, citizens, or friends, none of which are intrinsically political relationships. All of the other relations tend to manifest when comradeship degenerates. When comradeship bleeds into specific race, ethnicities, nationality, sex, it is equated with relations mediated by the state, and the cut of the generic is lost.
So the image on this slide is from Ernest Lubitsch's Ninochka. And there's a scene in the film where these comrades are looking for a fellow comrade in Paris, and they don't know who he is or what he looks like. And he could literally be anyone. And so they're watching all these people on the train platform thinking, is that a comrade? Is that a comrade? And then they see one guy who like puts up his arm like Heil Hitler. And they're like, okay, that's definitely not a comrade. And then Greta Garbo's
Hitler is not a
comes and
comrade.
introduces herself, and they make a big deal out of the fact that she's a woman. And she says, you know, don't let my womanhood get in the way. Like I'm a comrade just like you. So it illustrates the point, Jodi Dean, by bringing up that film scene is making the point that anyone could be a comrade, but not everyone can be a comrade. So identity has nothing to do with comradeship. Rather, it's about work, the work of building socialism. Comradeship.
Hang on. I had a really surface level understanding of communism. I had no ideas. Their ideas were all encompassing and extreme. This is what we generally find with people, okay? This is natural. This isn't because most people are not teaching it like I am. So welcome. I'm glad you learned more here.
Comradeship is collective, not individual. Comradeship is not localized. So like in this instance right now, we're interacting with each other from all over different places geographically. Some of us have never met in person, and yet we are still comrades. Comradeship is not based on kinship. It's not mediated by the passing on of privilege or property, which is how the state is invested in the project of kinship. And nor is it based on the familial imaginary. Families are stuck with each other, but comrades need each other. Different than have between neighbors, lovers, colleagues, citizens, or friends. None of which are intrinsically political relationships. So we may have comrades who are neighbors or lovers or colleagues or fellow citizens or friends, but they're necessarily separate. And as comrades, we have to separate out those different kinds of relationships, because the relationship between comrades is a unique kind of relationship that doesn't exist anywhere else in our society. All of these other relations, such as neighbors, lovers, etc., tend to manifest when comradeship degenerates, when comradeship bleeds into the specific, i.e. race, ethnicity, nationality, sex, etc. It is equated with relations mediated by the state, and the cut of the generic is lost. So you kind of get a sense of what Dean is trying to say with the concept of the comrade as generic. The third thesis is that the individual as a locus of identity is the other of the comrade. Comrade denotes a sameness as those on the same side. Comrade as a mode of address negates specificity, titles, and identities inscribed with differentiation and hierarchy. Because not everyone is a comrade, calling someone a comrade marks a divide.
Man. For new people, this is why Carlin says queer means socialist, Marxist, and communist. Thank you, Naruto, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Comrade denotes a sameness of those of the same side. Comrade is a mode of address, negates specificity, titles, hierarchy, inscribed with. So what they're saying is when you're calling someone comrade, you are inherently on the same level. There is no hierarchy among comrades. Even if this comrade is in charge of something, that doesn't mean there's a hierarchy. It means that this comrade's in charge of something, this comrade's in charge of something different. They're not inherently hierarchical. They're on the same level, even though they might be in charge of different things. Because not everyone is a comrade. Calling someone a comrade marks a divide. Are you with us or not? Comrades are different than militants. The former is multiple, replaceable, fungible, while the latter is a single figure fighting for a cause. Militancy is about political intensity, while comradeship is about political rationality. Comrades share the intimacy of common work, preparing a newsletter, making banners, etc., etc., etc. Guys, I have to run to the little socialist room. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to let this play. Take good notes. I'm going to be really quick about it. I've gotten really fast at peeing while live streaming on the internet. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to let this play. Please let me know if I miss anything.
Meaning, are you with us or not? Comrades are different than militants. The former is multiple, replaceable, fungible, while the latter is a single figure fighting for a cause. Militancy is about political intensity, while comradeship is about political relationality. Comrades share the intimacy of common work, such as preparing newsletters, making banners, planning actions, or joining a Zoom meeting. Thesis 4 is the relation between comrades is mediated by fidelity to truth. Practices of comradeship materialize this fidelity, building its truth into the world. So Dean talks about truth as a process, and she says that collectivity doesn't imply uniformity or blind faith. comrades demonstrate fidelity through concerted, disciplined engagement, and that fidelity manifests not through belief, but through shared political work. So it's a practical kind of work, not an idealistic belief-based kind of fidelity.
I'm back.
And then Dean
Did I
talks
miss
about
anything?
4 different
I'm back.
characteristics of the comrade. So the concept of discipline, discipline of work and subordinating the individual will to the will of the group. Expectations and the responsibilities to meet them constrain individual action and generate collective capacity. Lenin wrote often of the need for discipline. The working class demonstrates through proletarian discipline that capitalists and landlords are superfluous. We don't need them. We can and will do it ourselves.
Where did it say that? The working class demonstrates through proletarian discipline that capitalists and landlords are superfluous. What did I say? One of the markers of private property ownership is your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord. Socialists hate landlords. They're saying landlords are superfluous. They want to get rid of them.
Discipline itself is revolutionary. Lenin said it is a victory over our own conservatism, indiscipline, petty bourgeois egoism, a victory over the habits left as a heritage to the worker and peasant by accursed capitalism. The second characteristic is joy. The joy of discipline is internal and external, felt by comrades and experienced by those who witness how discipline changes the world. Through the intense collectivity that discipline enables, comrades can do the impossible. They are liberated from prior expectations and constraints. Joy accompanies a sense of collective invincibility. Together we made it happen, and we did it for purposes larger than ourselves. Thirdly, enthusiasm. Comrades do their work with enthusiasm. As Lenin said, one must be enthusiastic to accomplish great things. We get a surplus of energy from engaging in work that is collective, accomplishing more than we ever could alone. Enthusiasm is the surplus that collective discipline generates. And lastly, courage. The courage of the comrade is not an individual virtue, and it's an effect of discipline, the strength that arises as a result of self-denial in the service of common struggle. Comradely courage means the capacity for self-criticism and to admit when one is wrong. It also takes great courage, and this is my thought more than Dean's, but I think it takes great courage to practice camaraderie in opposition to capitalist social relations and to practice a way of relating to one another that we have little practice with in our everyday lives. Comradeship is not something that we are taught under capitalism. So it takes great courage to figure out how to chart the unknown in that way. And then Dean talks about the end of comradeship. When does comradeship end? She brings up, and this was in one of the articles that was part of the reading for this week, the trial, the 1931 trial of August Jokinen as sort of a case study in how expulsion works. In the early 1930s.
So I told you, right? I told you that they've actually they have actually expelled people from being a comrade. I learned that when we took the 3-part class on being a good comrade. This is what they're talking about. Is like this guy basically called, I don't remember exactly the specifics of it, but they had this one guy that was a member of their party that they were calling comrade, and this guy started causing a lot of trouble and doing things they found to be uncomradely. Maybe she'll explain it. And so they literally put him on trial and took away his right to use the term comrade.
And several other white comrades, he was a Finnish immigrant, went to a club, and several Black comrades tried to enter the club, and they were turned away. And these comrades who were part—
Hang on. So what's the answer? Glad to be a part of Carlin's cult, but if conservatism isn't it. So here is what it is. Here is what it is. The reason that I do this is because I am teaching you what the real far left is doing. I'm finding their content. I know how to find it better than anyone else on the internet now. I know I've gamed their system. I know how it works. I know who they are. I know where to look for their content. I've gone undercover at their events before. I know who these people are. I know what organizations are involved. I know what they believe. I'm finding their content, and I'm using their content to teach you what they believe using their own content as much as I can. I'm teaching you how to break it down. I'm teaching you how to explain it in clear, plain English. I'm teaching you how to essentially teach this to other people. Because what we need to do is all of us need to go out to the people in our lives, our friends, our family, and we need to show them this, and we need to teach them this. I'm providing you clips you can use to teach it. I'm providing you articles you can use to teach it. I'm writing a book right now with all of this content that will hopefully be out by the end of the year because I'm really trying to work hard on it. I'm providing you with a book that's going to teach you how to teach this. What I need you to do is to show up and learn, to learn as much as you can, to be a sponge of this information. Never believe that you know everything, because I've been covering this stuff for almost 4 years now, and I still learn new things every day, okay? So you don't know, like there will reach no point in which you know everything. You got to show up, you got to learn, you got to listen. When I do pop quizzes in the chat, participate in the pop quizzes. Because the reason I do pop quizzes, I say, why do they do this? Why do they do that? Why do they do this? I am teaching you how to explain it to other people simply and clearly. And then what I need you to do, once you know how to explain it, you need to go and you need to talk to your friends and family, and you need to use the resources that I'm giving you, or other resources too, if you want to use those. I don't really care. I'm just saying that I'm working my best to give you resources to use. You need to teach your friends and family what is going on. That's what we're doing. That's all that we're doing. We're learning as much as we can. We're learning how to explain it simply and concisely and in plain English. The plain English part is really, really important. We need to explain this in words that people can understand. We need to have resources like video clips and evidence in order to show people when they don't want to believe, because every single one of you is going to go through the part of cognitive dissonance, okay? Listen, you've gone through cognitive dissonance tonight. Everyone goes through cognitive dissonance. They don't want to believe this stuff is happening. You literally do go through the 5 stages of grief when you learn this is happening. You don't want to believe it. You get angry about it. You bargain about it. You go through a stage of denial about it. But our job is to plant the seeds and to provide people with the evidence. That's why I only use primary source evidence. I don't use anything that's not coming directly from the real revolutionary far left. We need to tell people. We need to show people the clips. Get more people to come to my stream. I have people refer their friends and family to my stream all the time. Get them to come and to watch. Do not expect to change their mind overnight, because there is a mourning process that people have to go through, especially conservatives, guys, because a lot of conservatives have been lied to by the people they like the most. They've been lied to by Fox News. They've been lied to by the Daily Wire. They've been lied to by all their favorite influencers. They've been lied to by James. This is why I go after James so much. They've been lied to by James Lindsay. And listen, people come to trust their influencers. They come to trust people who give them this information. And when they find out they've been lied to, they go through a process of grief. It's like you have to mourn that loss. And I'm really sorry about that. I really, really am. I went through this process live on the internet. I went through the 5 stages of grief live on the internet. I know what it's like to come to the conclusion. You can go back and watch about a year ago. The first time I watched a James Lindsay video in 2.5 years was in, I think, September or October of 2023. You can watch me go through the 5 stages of grief of realizing how much James was lying to people, because I hadn't listened to his content in 2.5 years. James thinks I'm obsessed with him. I hadn't listened to his content in 2.5 years. When I woke up and I watched his content for the first time, it was in the fall of last year, it was about a year ago. I realized how much he was lying to people, and that was really upsetting to me. So I understand what it's like to come to the understanding that Mark Levin is lying to you, Glenn Beck is lying to you, everyone at the Daily Wire is lying to you, like Libs of TikTok is lying to you. All of these shills are lying to you to get you to buy into a political narrative so you do what they want politically and you make them money. And it's hard to go through that realization, and I really do understand that, and I want to acknowledge that. But don't expect to change people overnight. Your job is to plant seeds. Your job is to give people the information, and then you need to allow them time to process it. and I've seen this over and over and over again, their first reaction might be, no, this is happening, this is stupid, this is crazy, why haven't I heard about this before? Just let them mull on it. Give them the clips. Give them the evidence. I have so many resources I can give you from primary sources that'll make your head spin. Just let them think about it. And eventually the ones that will come around to it, they're going to come to you and they're going to say, can we talk some more about that? Or they're going to say, they're trying to do this thing in my kid's school. Why are they bringing a drag queen to my kid's school? And you're going to say to them, because drag teaches kids that the gender binary is not real. Here's some information for you. And you need to let them learn and you need to come around. The end goal is to teach as many people as possible. This stuff inoculates you to them. The only hope we have of fighting back against the far left, the reason the far left is winning is because most people have no fucking idea this is happening. People think they know, they have no idea. The reason the far left is winning is because most people think they know, but they have no idea. We need to wake them up and we need to show them what is going on. We need to create a grassroots effort where people know what is going on. Because once you, listen guys, I know this is for new people especially. Once you will know when you become fluent in the language of socialist because you see it show up everywhere. If you don't understand what the end goal is to make as many people fluent in this language as possible, because once you become fluent in this language, it shows up everywhere and you can see it clearly. You can see it in your kid's school. You can see it in your community. You can see it in your workplaces. You can see it in your politicians or not, like with Kamala Harris. If you cannot very clearly see that Kamala Harris is not a communist, you are not there yet, okay? It takes time to become fluent in this language. We are very literally teaching people a foreign language. You cannot learn a foreign language overnight. It takes several months for people to become fluent in this language. I've seen this over and over and over again. It takes on average 3 to 6 months of watching my content for people to become fluent in this language. And the very best metric that I can give you is that once you become fluent in this language, you will know what to do. You will know what's going on. I've seen this happen over and over and over again. You wake up and you go, oh. No, this is not to identify. No. Libertarianism is not the goal. Libertarianism is not, it's not. And I say that as someone who ideologically, I am actually libertarian. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, ideologically, but that's not going to solve this problem. Libertarianism is not going to solve this problem. Just listen, JW, listen. Just don't worry about that right now. That's not the answer that you want. But don't worry about that right now. What I need you to worry about is learning, okay? You will know the solution to this problem once you learn. And the solution might not be something that you like, and the solution is going to be something you're going to baby step your way into. But again, I've taught enough people now that I know exactly what the process is. What I need you to do right now is learn. What I need you to do is learn as much as possible. I need you to learn how to explain it. And I need you to go out and teach people. That's what I need you to do. Monarchy is not a bad idea. Monarchy is not a bad idea. But don't worry about that right now. Just worry about learning as much as possible. Just stay open. Just keep showing up, guys. Keep showing up. Learn as much as you can. Go into my archives. I have thousands of hours of archives. And by the way, I've gotten better at explaining this over time. So if you go back to Socialism Saturday 2 years ago, I'm still fumbling around with it. And you'll see that. You guys will literally see me learning how to do this shit over time. I learned how to do this live on the internet. Does anyone have an opinion on Trevor Loudon? Okay, in general, I adore Trevor Loudon. In general, I truly, truly adore Trevor Loudon. Trevor Loudon has created, with his KeyWiki, he has created a fantastic resource. Trevor Loudon, I think, he understands what's going on. I think that his information is really good. The one disagreement that I have with Trevor Loudon right now is he's selling this book saying Kamala Harris is a communist. I do not agree with him on that. I don't agree with him at all. But in general, I really have had nothing but a positive experience with Trevor Loudon. I think Trevor Loudon has put together an amazing resource. I'm not going to shit talk him because I have one disagreement with him. We're allowed to disagree. But in general, I think he is one of the best people you can follow. I really do. I think he's really, really good.
Part of the same Communist Party, they didn't do anything. And Jokinen was put on trial for basically just for not standing up for his Black comrades and defending them. And everybody agreed that he was guilty. That wasn't the subject of the trial so much. He admitted his own guilt, but the subject of the trial was more, what do you do with a comrade who is guilty of a transgression? Do you expel them? When do you expel them? What are the grounds for expulsion? Do you give them a way back into the party? And basically they gave him a 6 to 12 month period of time where he was expelled from the party, but he had a path back to the party, importantly. And he had measures that he could take to rectify some of the internalized racism that he had sort of absorbed through being within capitalist society. And that actually became such a strong commitment in him to want to find his way back to the party and to rectify the mistakes that he had made, that he was actually deported for it directly because of his devotion to the party. So he was deported back to Finland. But it really brings up the questions around when do we allow people inside that chamber or that vault, so to speak, of comradeship, and when is it a line too far to cross, and how do we bring people back in when they've made mistakes? And then obviously resignation is another thing, when your politics no longer align with that of the party. And that Dean talks about how that actually can be clarifying. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Like if you realize that this party no longer serves you, then that could be a clarifying process within class struggle. And then drift, when I think that one's pretty self-evident, when people drift away from the party. And then she talked lastly about the end of the world, not in the sense of the world actually ending, but in the sense of comradeship being the end of comradeship being the end of the world. She talks a lot about what happened when the party dissolved.
No, this generally is not actually something that they say. I've also, by the way, I've heard literal Nazis say this, like literal National Socialists say this. This is not a Marxist quote. Maybe once or twice in watching thousands of hours of Marxism have I heard them say this. This is not some sort of banner quote that they use. That again, this is conservative propaganda. It's not real.
How that affected certain people, and she says the
end. So Mike, what I'm going to recommend is you rewind and start at the beginning. But no, probably we can't go back to Ron Paul Republicanism because even Trump is controlled by Zionists right now. The Republican Party is cooked, guys. The Republican Party's... By the way, Trump isn't going to do anything to stop socialism and communism. I hope people know that. Like, Trump isn't going to do anything to stop socialism and communism. Trump doesn't even know what's going on. He has no idea. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I wish we could, but... probably not.
End of comradeship is the end of the world. Non-meaning, incoherence, madness, and the pointless, disorienting insistence on the I. And finally, Dean says the mistake here is in thinking, she's talking about when people say, will there still be a need for comrades after the revolution? People approach her with that question a lot. And she says the mistake here is in thinking that communism is the end of history rather than history's condition of possibility, the possibility we need if there is to be anything like history in the future. The problems facing the world can only be addressed through communism as comrades. The class struggle today is the
Wow.
fight for the future. Capitalism is incapable of addressing climate change and the migrations and struggles over resources that will result with anything other than militarism, walls, and genocide. At the same time, comradeship is not risk-free. It is not a magical solution to all the problems facing the left, much less the world. But it is the only form through which these problems might be solved. Anything less will doom us to the competition, individualism, cynicism, and melancholia into which we've descended. To be a left at all, we have to be comrades. So I'll kick it back to y'all to discuss some of the many questions that this brings up. Differences between comradeship and allyship. What do we do when a comrade makes a mistake? I think there's lots to discuss. So
Again, guys, they're doing this on organizing calls. I've been on their organizing calls. By the way, the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists have their Zoom link for their organizing calls on their website. If you ever just want to join one of their organizing calls and see what they talk about and maybe record them and send me the recording, because I can't always do it, because sometimes other people have to do stuff too, because sometimes I have obligations on Tuesday night at 10 o'clock when they have their usual meetings, or at 11 o'clock when I have an obligation on Tuesdays. I can't join their calls that happen every single Tuesday. And so if you want to go on the website of the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists and find the Zoom link that they have publicly available to join their organizing calls and to record them and send them to me, because I can't always do it, I would like just for fun and for research. But like what they're doing right now is this is their organizing call. What socialists do on their organizing call is they do presentations and then they do a Q&A and a discussion. Now, sadly, we're not going to get the Q&A because they don't record the Q&A on the organizing calls. They record the presentation, they put the presentation up separately, and then they stop the recording when it comes to the Q&A. We love the Q&A because the Q&A is usually the best part. Sadly, we're not going to get to that tonight. Yeah, you can always DM me stuff, average person. You don't need to ask about that. So that's the end of the presentation. That's going to do it for Socialism Saturday, guys. We've been going for 4 hours. Now, we still do have content from the Seattle Revolutionary Socialists. I am a fascist. I believe that only a worthy dictator is going to save us. I'm a fascist. I'm an anti-queer fascist. I think we need a fascist dictator to come in and ban all this crazy shit. I think we need to ban it. I think we need to put people in prison who teach it. I think that we need to burn it in a fire. That is my political ideology. I'm an anti-communist. That is and I think that the only solution, and people can disagree with me, that's fine. In my heart of hearts, I'm actually an anarcho-capitalist. In my heart of hearts, I'm actually an anarchist of the capitalist variety. But in reality, I think the only way that we are going to actually stop communism in the United States is by finding a worthy dictator. Not any dictator. A worthy dictator, some might say a king of some sort, that is going to burn all this shit in a fire, massive bonfires throughout the land, ban the future publication of all of this shit, and then put anyone in jail who's teaching it. That's actually what I think is required. In my heart of hearts, though, I am an anarcho-capitalist. But ultimately, I will do anything that I need to do to stop this ideology, because I firmly believe, and the reason I take this so seriously, I firmly believe that these people are winning. I firmly believe that these people have more power than people think that they do. This is the reason I spend all my time doing this stuff. Well, you know what? It's like classical liberalism is not going to work, bro. And Argentina, up until like a couple months ago, was socialist. But we're going to have to argue about that another day. We're going to have to argue about that another day. Right? We can disagree on the solution. If you watch enough of my content, though, you're going to come around to the fact that I'm right. But we can disagree for now. That's all right. Because our job here is not to necessarily become the fascist dictator. I don't want to be a fascist dictator. Our job here is to learn as much as we can. Our job here is to learn how to explain this to other people. Our job here is to teach as many people as possible what is actually happening. That is our job. I will pontificate occasionally about what I think the solution is, but right now I am focused on my job, which is teaching as many people as possible, teaching people how to explain it simply and in plain English. I have blue slime on my hands if they look blue. I'm not actually blue. I was playing with blue slime earlier. That's why my hands look blue. Our job here is to learn as much as we can, is to learn how to explain it simply and in plain English, and to teach as many people as possible. That's what we're doing here. And in order to support my work, guys, if you enjoyed the stream today, please make sure you do subscribe to my channel. Please make sure you have mounted the like button if you have not already. Yo, Ed, I have a problem with slime, okay? I have a slime addiction, Ed. I watch the most dystopian content on the internet. I have all sorts of slime. I have a million things of slime on my desk to play with to manage my anxiety, Ed, all right? Thank you for nosing into my private business, Ed, okay? I have to cope some way. But if you want to support the work I'm doing, what I need you to do is head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up for a membership of $8 a month, $80 a year. I am completely 100% funded by you. And if you want to learn how to help me fight back against James Lindsay's bullshit on Twitter, go to this article right here. Because we are forming a street team on Twitter. Because I'm sick of James Lindsay's bullshit. James is wrong, and he needs to sit in his wrongness and be wrong. And if you want to help me show people how wrong James is, I need you to join my team. This article is not asking for money. This article will tell you what to do to help me elevate the content that I am posting on Twitter. I adore Nick Fuentes and I adore the Groypers. I don't agree with them on everything, but I adore Nick Fuentes and I adore the Groypers, and I think everyone should listen to Nick Fuentes, and it's okay to not agree with everything that Nick says. I don't agree with everything, but he's one of the real ones. And Nick Fuentes has been fucked over massively by the conservative right. And if you've never listened to Nick, just go and listen to him. You don't have to agree with him. Just go and listen to him. But I love the Groypers and I love Nick and I will always support them. Anyway, go to my Substack and you can learn how to join my street team so we can put James Lindsay in his place. We get tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of views on my clips using these techniques. We are showing people what the real radical revolutionary socialists are doing. James can suck an egg. He can complain about Gnosticism all he fucking wants. We are not allowing him to get in our way. You can find out all that information over on my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Another thing you can do, hey, who likes this yard sign? I made this yard sign. Check this out. You like this yard sign? This yard sign is starting to show up in yards. This is one yard this yard sign is in. This is another yard. Check this out. Check this out. This is a yard in a deep blue state that has this yard sign. It's a badass yard sign. Do you want to know how you can get that yard sign? You can head over to my merch store. My merch store is unwokeart.com. Head over to unwokeart.com. I'll put the link in the chat. You can get lots of cool anti-communist merch on this site, including the yard sign. Now, I've been hearing feedback from people. People are like, Carlyn, I don't have a yard, but I love the sign. What I'm doing, I'm rejiggering. I'm Heather, I got you. I got you, girl. I got you. Tonight, I'm going to be working on putting the yard sign on other things. So you can display the yard sign in a window. You can display the yard sign on a sticker. You can wear it on a t-shirt. There's going to be other configurations with the same basic information as in this sign. Ed, we need you to step up, bro. This is a time for heroes. This is not a time for cowards. This is a time for heroes, Ed. So there will be more merch coming with the sign soon, okay? There will be more. Hopefully tomorrow, maybe early next week. We'll have to see. Other things you can get on my merch store are these special limited edition anti-communist Halloween designs. I've got 4 anti-communist designs that are Halloween themed. You can get those designs on t-shirts, on sweatshirts, on pint glasses, on mugs, on stickers. We've got Marxism is coming for your soul. We've got collectivism in the form of an old school horror movie poster. We've got everyone is equal until they're not. And we have, this is the bestseller, the Marxist Utopia of the Dead. Ed, if you can't get a sign, Ed, you know what you do? You know what you do? Get a mug, bro. Get a couple of mugs. Get a pint glass. You can buy stuff that you only have in your house. All purchases from the Unwoke Art Store do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah, well, we're going to have a whole Christmas collection, okay? Now, you can get your stuff for Christmas. These designs, the Halloween designs are only going to be available during October. So if you want any of these designs, pick them up now because they're leaving the store at the end of the month, okay? But we will be doing a special Christmas sale for December and stuff like that. Lots of cool stuff. I have other merch in the Unwoke Art Store as well. You can find all these designs. These designs are all based on zines. They're really cool. You can find these designs. Check it out. We got socialism. Socialists always lie. Whiteness meets capitalism. I've got all sorts of shit in my store, man. I've got designs based off of a dystopian movie posters and stuff like that. We've got our. This is actually. I wear this one out all the time. People love it. This design looks so cool. I'm just saying that I might have the best anti-communist merch site on the internet. I have so much cool shit in my store. This is actually my favorite. This is my favorite one. I love wearing this design into Whole Foods. Because you know why? Because when I wear this into Whole Foods, like, socialists come up to me and they're all excited because they're like, Marxism! And they get all excited. And then they see I've got Marx standing on a pile of skulls. And their faces drop. And it's great. No, I do not have plans to interview William Shatner. Nope. 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 Don't do that. Anyway, I've got all sorts of cool stuff in my merch store. And if you want to support the work I'm doing, it is a great place to pick up some cool stuff, some cool swag, some cool Christmas gifts, stuff like that. I really do appreciate it. Guys, I take Sundays off from streaming. We will be doing movie night in my supporter Discord on Sunday nights. I don't even know what we're watching. We're watching some Halloween movie. If you want to join my supporter Discord, you head over to my Substack. And tomorrow, not today, but tomorrow, I'm going to send out a new email that looks like this. It will be tomorrow's email, not today's email. If you want to join my Substack, or my supporter Discord rather, when you get this email, scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box, you will find the link to the supporter Discord because it is a supporter Discord. It is for supporters only. So you will find that link tomorrow in the newsletter. Head over to the Substack, sign up. You will get that link. And then you can come and join us for movie night. We do movies every night on Sunday in the supporter Discord. I don't stream on Sundays because I need a day off, all right? But I will be back tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Monday. There we go. I will be back on Monday. And I'll be back on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I want to thank everyone that came out for the first time tonight. I want to thank all the new people on the channel. I want to thank James Lindsay for having a massive fucking hissy fit. I want to thank Frank McCormick for having a massive fucking hissy fit and driving more people into my stream. Remember, guys, every time James Lindsay has a massive hissy fit about me, I win. I'm winning. We're winning because we're all a team. We're not collectivists. We're individualists. But we're all a fucking team. All right? Every time James complains about us, we're winning. Every time Frank McCormick goes on some unhinged rant, we're winning. We keep pushing forward. We do not stop. We do not relent. James is going to go the way of I don't really give a fuck. But James is more of a problem than he is an asset. I am not on his team. I do not support him. And quite frankly, he needs to get the fuck out of the way. And I will not stop. The war on James continues. The war on James will continue until everyone is over here learning what they need to know about the far left. This is not my opinion. I only use primary source content. And we will keep going, and they can keep whining, and they can keep flailing, and I don't give a fuck. We've got a fucking country to save, guys. We need to all be participating in this. This is more important than James Lindsay's ego. So, if you're with me, come back. 5 p.m. on Monday. Watch the replay if you have to. I'm going to take my leave. Every time James complains, an angel gets their wings. Some might say an archangel. Archangel Michael, to be specific. Every time James complains, a new archangel gets their wings. All right, guys. Thank you for joining me tonight. I really appreciate you. I'll see you guys on Monday. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye. Actually, let's play out with a song. Do you guys want to hear a song? Let's play out with a song. Hang on. See you guys on Monday. Bye.
James Lindsay is obsessed with lying to his audience. What crazy things can he get them to believe? He does it irresponsibly to pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory destabilizes normativity. Gender binary and the nuclear family. James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him. Creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. He used to believe in something. What happened? Mills for liberty. Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. A Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality. Totally lost in what can we do? But mock him relentlessly. It's not a Gnostic sex cult, James. No, it's not. Stop lying to your audience. No, it's not. It's not Gnostic change. Grep Mary Nardini tells us queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Catch up, James. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. Whoa. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James, it's capitalism. It's capitalism. To pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. Capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory stabilizes normativity. Gender binary and the nuclear family. But James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him. Creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. Used to believe in something. What happens for liberty? Gnostic sex cult, building its own world. Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality. It's totally lost it. What can we do but mock him relentlessly?